Recording in progress.
Es ist jetzt. Ja.
Women make up 50% of the world's population, half of the world's economic potential. However, many are not given a chance.
Without education or matching skills, they cannot enter the job market. Without investments and resources, they cannot start businesses. But we know that change is possible.
Many women are building their own businesses, taking up jobs in industries, promoting innovations, leading big companies. Today, 34% of businesses are women-led.
To make further progress, we need to harness women's full potential. We need to close the gender gap. We recognize the importance of women's empowerment. Together with UNIDO, we help create a world where women can be the game changers.
By supporting investment and entrepreneurship, by improving access to markets and resources, through capacity building and skills development, through innovation and green technology solutions.
By creating opportunities and expanding women's choices. By raising their status and income, we improve their well-being. We create prosperity for all.
Empowering women for a sustainable future.
Distinguished guests, it's a real honor not only to stand here and open the 10th Women Leadership Forum founded by Renate Altenhofer 10 years ago, but also celebrating being back at the United Nations building again, being back in our partnership with UNIDO, and thanks very much for bringing us this beautiful movie showing us where the road is leading. My name is Sonia Kato, and well, I'm happy, and I have to confess I'm moved as well, because this is my personal 8 years in a row hosting the Women Leadership Forum here in Austria, and I always want this day in the year to come to celebrate with all of you, with all these fantastic stories and all these fantastic careers, all these distinguished guests. We're very happy to be here, and besides protocol, please start with a warm applause for the founder, Renate Altenhofer. Thanks for being with us. And before handing the stage to you, it's just a small remark on 10 Years Leadership Forum, which is not only a decade full of brilliant conferences, which many of you have attended already, but it's 10 years packed with inspiring women and so many faces here and so many faces out there. Thanks for joining us via stream. And it's a story of impact and energy. All these women create, all us women create with our projects, careers, and contributions. Stage is ready now for Women Leadership founder. Please welcome Renate Altenhofer.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders and partners, a very warm welcome to the 10th Women Leadership Forum here at the Vienna International Center and on your mobile devices and screens. I feel very privileged that despite the current economic, environmental, and political changes, we are here today to celebrate the 10th Women Leadership Forum. Now, when we look back 10 years, we started with a panel discussion on equality creates value at the Brand Forum in 2013. In the past 10 years, we from European Brand Institute established this forum as an exclusive platform to empower and promote women in business and society. We provide the stage to make female leaders visible and role models for the next generation. My goal was back then to make this topic a global one with a real global reach. This was hard work, but we made it. Not even the pandemic could stop us for the last 2 years. Therefore, I want to thank our cooperation partner, UNIDO. Thank you, Director General Gerd Müller and your team for making Women Leadership Forum so international with experts, female leaders, and participants from around the globe. So why Women for Sustainability this year? Because women are important agents of positive change and role models for sustainability. This year, it is time to learn from the next generation. And we are excited to see how the young leaders manage the complexity of our challenging times and shape a sustainable future. Today, we want to inspire you and to raise awareness of the importance of gender parity. So let us join forces and take actions to create a more sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renate Altenhofer. Thanks for all the effort you're putting into this Women Leadership Forum. We're thrilled, and needless to say, it's a privilege that for the first time in history of the Women Leadership Forum, the Director General of UNIDO is taking part in that conference, and we're very happy to welcome him, Gerd Müller, Director General UNIDO. The floor is yours. Thanks for having us.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored and pleased to speak to you all here today. And I thank the European Brand Institute, and special thanks to Ms. Renate Altenhofer and all speakers and participants. She has successfully pressed the role of women in leadership in the 10 years of this forum that she initiated. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beijing Declaration of the 1995 World Conference on Women identified 12 areas to remove systemic barriers to equality. UNIDO has made this a priority of its work worldwide, and this is one of my priorities. Today, sadly, we have to admit that we are far away from achieving SDG 5 gender equality. Gender equality worldwide has been set back decades, particularly by the corona pandemic. Think about India, African countries, what happened there. Millions of girls, for example, worldwide could no longer go to school. Violence against women went up significantly the last 2 years. Economic crisis has destroyed millions of jobs, especially for women and small businesses. The global food crisis and energy crisis now, wars and climate change affect 150 million more women than men. The situation for women in refugee camps is dramatic. I think of the floods in Pakistan today and these days. 33 million people, families, women, children are affected. I think of my last visit and talks with the Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, mostly women there, and the fate of especially women in Afghanistan and many other crisis-ridden states. We all have a responsibility, and we need a fundamental change in politics, economy, and society. And this requires not only strong women, it also requires, Mr. Cortese, your friend ambassador, it also requires committed men, of course, committed men. There are only 2 women in power at the top in the African states, for example. 54 African states, only 2 women there in power. So we do need committed men to change this. Equality for the world's women has many dimensions: cultural, social, economic, and legal. Equality in law, in political participation, in economic life. Equal educational opportunities for all girls and women in the world. And very, very important, promoting financial inclusion. Financial inclusion. 1 billion women have no access to the financial market. Can you imagine? No money in your pocket, no account for 1 billion women. Digital financial services are a great opportunity for change. And UNIDO is focusing on this. Digitalization. Digitalization is a game changer, both for educational opportunities as well as for participation in economic, social, cultural life. So, women are the backbone of society and cultures around the world. Women are peacemakers. Peacemakers. That is a very, very important issue. Thanks to great courage and creativity, women are playing an increasingly important role, leadership roles. And this is also true here in the UN, where we have inspirational women like Ms. Gadawali, yes, who I'm very glad to see here today. And at this point, my special thanks and high appreciation to all women ambassadors here today for their great, great support and your great work. Women are crucial for peace and progress. Peace and progress in the Ukraine, in a lot of countries in the world. And women are crucial for sustainable future of our planet. Therefore, thank you so much for this leadership forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. What a tremendous speech. Thanks for all the words you shared with us. We feel privileged as well to welcome Ghada Wali, Director General, Executive Director of the United Nations Office in Vienna, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes. Madam Wali, we're pleased to have you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Renata Altenhofer, dear Director General Muller, dear ambassadors, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. Such forums discussing women's leadership are becoming more important than ever. And as DJ Muller said, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with escalating conflicts and climate disasters, have deepened existing inequalities and left us with disastrous reversals in conditions for women.
Hard-won gains for gender equality are at risk, and the Sustainable Development Goals are threatened. COVID-19 has caused spiking rates of gender-based violence, job loss, and a huge increase in unpaid care work for women. Today, there are 19.7 million fewer paid jobs for women globally, compared to 10.2 million fewer jobs for men, according to a new report by UN Women and UNDP. We must put women and girls at the heart of economies if we truly want more sustainable development outcomes. In my own country, Egypt, while we have done a lot of progress for women, with women, we still have a much higher unemployment rate among women than among men. And while 30% of the households are female-headed households, unemployment among women is 3 times unemployment among men. So inclusivity and diversity take a concerted effort. Achieving them is immensely difficult, as it touches at the very core of our society. And I agree with my friend and colleague Muller again that this will take the commitment of both men and women leaders. And as we bid farewell to a remarkable woman leader, Queen Elizabeth II, I would like to use her quote, "It is the many small steps, not the giant leaps, that make the most lasting impact." She also said, "When life seems hard, the courageous do not lie down and accept defeat. Instead, they are all the more determined to struggle for a better future." As the head of the UN office at Vienna and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, I am acutely aware of my responsibility to ensure women feel supported and empowered. I am proud we have achieved parity in our own workforce. In June, we rolled out a new gender strategy focused on women's equal participation in our workforce, and we are actively promoting gender parity in member states in the areas of our mandate. At UNODC, we are working to bolster female participation in the judicial process, from crime scene investigation to the courtroom. We believe that more female police officers, prosecutors, lawyers, and judges will contribute to better protection of women from violence and to more peaceful societies. But the challenges are great. Women remain severely underrepresented in these sectors, less than 1 out of 6 police officers globally. This has to change because we know women's representation in law enforcement and judicial institutions is linked to a more effective victim-centered response to crimes. This has to change because more women in the justice sector is good for justice. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, empowering women and girls in all sectors is a must, and putting them at the center of economies is our best chance to claw back lost gains. I'm thankful that today's forum will discuss key topics, including education and increasing opportunities for girls in STEM and vocational training. Education and skills are key to empowerment of women. I want my 2-year-old granddaughter to grow up with the same career opportunities as my 2 grandsons. All girls deserve such a world. And while I congratulate the forum for their 10th anniversary, I hope that women leaders forums like this one would become obsolete because we acted to close the gender gaps for more sustainable development outcomes for all of us. Thank you.
Shukran Ktir. Thank you very much. Thanks for these impressive numbers, and thanks for all the effort done towards the issue of women leadership. Austria is always deeply grateful for being chosen by so many excellent ambassadors as their place to be. But I cannot deny having you, Your Excellency Victoria Reggie Kennedy, Ambassador of the United States of America to Austria, is a kind of special dimension. So we're very pleased and feel deeply honored to welcome you at your first Women Leadership Forum here at the United Nations building. It's a pleasure having you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for those very, very warm words, and thank you for being a part of this important forum for so many years. Renata, thank you so much. Along with Alice Burton from the U.S. Embassy, you had this brainchild 10 years ago to have this wonderful leadership forum for women to talk about advancing women and what a difference it's made in just these 10 short years bringing people together. Thank you so much. Thank you as well, Alice. Director General Mueller, thank you so much for UNIDO hosting us. It makes such a difference to have this in this very special place, and we're most appreciative. And to Director General Wally, thank you so much for your very wonderful words, and I look forward to hearing from you, Ambassador Cortese. I hope that you will indulge me and just say, because we'll be hearing from her as well, my colleague, Ambassador Laura Holgate. I am so proud that we have two female ambassadors representing the United States of America here in Vienna. Yay. Laura is a magnificent leader, a woman in STEM, a diplomat, a nuclear expert, and a role model for us all. And I am just so pleased to call her my friend. Thank you so much. This is such an important gathering. Women and girls around the world, as we've been hearing, continue to face obstacles that limit their possibilities, that challenge their futures. I am so proud to say that diversity and inclusion is a major priority of the Biden-Harris administration, starting at the top. Vice President Kamala Harris is the first female vice president of the United States. And she is the first African American and Asian American woman to hold such a lofty office. And when women achieve high positions, we help pave the way for future generations of women and girls to follow in our footsteps. There's a public service announcement that aired on U.S. television earlier this year, and the message was as simple as it was powerful. If you can see her, you can be her. I understand the power of those words from the experience of my own life. When I was in college in the 1970s and making decisions about my future career, the women's liberation movement in the U.S. was in full swing. I thought I could do absolutely anything, and it was thrilling. But as I came to learn, I hadn't really thought of everything that I might be able to do. I never thought of being a lawyer. Why not? My dad was a lawyer. I knew lots of lawyers, but none of them were women. I didn't see her, so I didn't know that I could be her. It took a male professor to open my eyes. He told me the story of Carla Hills, a female lawyer who had just been appointed by the President of the United States to be his Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. At that time, in the mid-1970s, Carla Hills was only the fourth woman in U.S. history to serve as a cabinet secretary. We've had many, many, many more since then. My professor challenged me. He said, if she can do it, why can't you? And with that simple question, he changed my life. That's what I think we're doing here. We're asking that question of women everywhere. Why can't you? If you can see her, you can be her. The benefits of women's participation in important matters of statecraft are undeniable. For example, as the Director General told us earlier, when women are important peacemakers, when women help negotiate peace agreements, I love this statistic, those agreements are 35% more likely to last 15 years or more. I call that sustainability. In closing, I want to say that change requires courage to act. It happens when we decide that we won't let life happen to us. We'll make life happen for us. The change one woman makes impacts the lives of countless others, because if you can see her, you can be her. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inspiring words. And it's a pleasure to welcome next in our high-level row of distinguished speakers, as she was already introduced to you, to the audience, by Her Excellency Kennedy. It's Her Excellency Laura Holgate, U.S. Ambassador, United Nations, and IAEA. Happy to have you, Your Excellency. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Renata, Alice, and to the Forum team for having me here today. And congratulations on this 10th anniversary. Thank you also to Gerd and Gada for your inspiring comments and your respective commitments to the role you can play. And a special thanks to my friend and counterpart, Ambassador Kennedy, who so graciously included me in this impressive event. Vicki and I share a sense of how important women's advancement and gender equality are, and both personally and professionally, and what an honor it is for me to address you on these pivotal topics. So thank you, Vicki. For decades, women have confronted glaring wage gaps, gender discrimination, biases, sexual harassment, and near impenetrable glass ceilings. The STEM fields have been particularly unwelcoming and riddled with barriers. Women in traditionally male-dominated professions like STEM, where we make up less than 30% of the workforce, confront even further hurdles. And as a woman whose career has been focused on nonproliferation and national security, I know these challenges all too well. And can I just say to some of my ambassador colleagues and friends how different this room works today than it did last week during the IAEA Board of Governors. It's such a pleasure to sit before so many friendly female faces. Today's global priorities, whether it's nuclear deterrence or climate change or pandemics, these are too consequential to sideline half of our global talent. I got where I am today, thanks in large part to the many advocates and allies, both men and women, cheering me on, chipping away at the barriers, and helping me open doors. I had supportive parents, encouraging teachers, inspirational mentors, a cadre of peer supporters. I call them my nuclear girl posse, and the trail blazed by all the female pioneers who came before me. And I promised myself that I would use my position of privilege to lift other women up. And when I arrived in Vienna for my first ambassadorial posting here in 2016, I made it a priority to help establish what has become the Vienna chapter of the International Gender Champions, a network of leaders committed to leveling the playing field. Upon my return to Austria earlier this year, one of my first orders of business was formally becoming a gender champion. And there are several of us today here among the speakers on the stage. The Gender Champions concept is built on the recognition that barriers to women's progress are structural, and that men and women leaders have the responsibility to use their power to drive organizational change. We have each pledged to prioritize gender equality in our work, to empower women, and to model the change we strive for within our own organizations. Together, we have committed to standing up, speaking out, taking action, and propelling the change needed to finally and firmly put women on an equal footing. Women's rights activist and CEO Shelley Zales put it best when she said, "A woman alone has power, but collectively, we have impact." And we need you to join us in this shared endeavor. As you build your careers and grow successful businesses, take others with you. Pledge to support and advocate for your female colleagues, peers, and neighbors. Not only because fairness and equity demand it, but because research shows time and again that diverse teams achieve better and more durable outcomes, are more nimble and innovative, and are more resilient in the face of the dramatic changes of the recent past and the future that lies ahead. Leaders like you have the imperative to advance and to benefit from the contributions of women in the STEM field. And I hope today's program offers inspiration and actionable strategies to do just that. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It was a pleasure following your quotes and your statistics and your numbers. Thank you very much for being with us. We're also very happy to have him on board of 10th Leadership Forum, Women Leadership Forum. Here it's His Excellency Alessandro Cortese. He is Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Italy to the international organizations in Vienna. It's a pleasure having you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sonia, and I really wish to thank wholeheartedly Women Leadership Forum and, of course, Renata Althofer first, as well as UNIDO, for having invited me to this, I would say, momentous event, being the decennial of the forum. So I'm really very happy to celebrate this with you. And I must say, with such a remarkable and gender-balanced panel, and I wouldn't go with the names, I just say that I'm really humbled to be here with you and to have a chance to speak after you. Of course, for me, as a UN gender champion, as I am, I always try to do my best in promoting women empowerment and gender balance. Of course, in private, in my embassy, it's quite an organization, in public events like this one. Our topic today encompasses two keywords: women and sustainability. And I must say that the same keywords are at the top of the Italian list of priorities when it comes to international cooperation. Gender balance, women promotion and sustainability are principles always embedded in the project we finance and implement around the world. In my views, promoting the socio-economic role of women is always the main role to ensure further and, as said many colleagues said, sustainable development, both in developing countries, but also in high-income countries. And I'm in Italy. We certainly can have a better growth and development if we strengthen the role of women in our institutions, in our industry, etc., etc. Closing the gap between men and women always implies more and better growth, more and better social cohesion. Likewise, sustainability is a prerequisite for any real economic development. No economic development can be real if it's not durable. Thus, as I said, sustainability and women empowerment are always at the core of each and every initiative promoted or partnered by Italy. And I want to make some examples also in honor of our co-host UNIDO. And I must say that within UNIDO we launched numerous projects which are focused on women empowerment and sustainability. I give one example because it's interesting. Also on a geographic area, it's very important for Italy. This project is called Promoting Women Empowerment for Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development in the MENA region. Middle East and North Africa means MENA. Financed by Italy and implemented with UNIDO in partnership with other public and private institutions. This project aims at harness the great potential of women entrepreneurship and create the condition for sustainable and inclusive growth in the Middle East and North African countries. I want to mention some numbers. It's a bit boring, but it's interesting. Within this project, we supported 276 women-led enterprise proposals. We reached 278% growth in business networking and a 42% increase in women's association membership. The first phase of this project was so successful that it was refinanced for a second phase, which is still ongoing. Of course, I could list here several other projects and initiatives focused on women empowerment or sustainability and promoted by Italy in cooperation with UNIDO in several countries. I mentioned some of them: Cuba, Ethiopia, Kenya, Jordan, Tunisia, but there are many more. Numbers and titles are anyway of little importance. More important is to say that our long-lasting, and I want to say also personal, at the personal level, national level, also international level commitment will continue and will be even stronger in the future with the aim to further promote women empowerment together with sustainability, which are the pillars, again, of Italy's idea of development policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. There are two more messages of welcome. The first is from Johanna Mikl-Leitner. She is the only Austrian female governor, besides of the biggest state within the Austrian administration, Lower Austria. We're ready for the video message of Johanna Mikl-Leitner. Governor from Lower Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it's an honor to welcome you all at the Vienna International Center in the heart of Europe here at the 10th Women Leadership Forum. An event bringing together role models, leaders and aspiring professionals from the field of economy, business, finance and science to facilitate better access for women to professional resources and opportunities.
Okay.
In this year's forum, you will all discuss and seek for greater participation, inclusiveness and visibility of women at all levels of the sustainability workforce. Dear ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to thank you for your great contribution, which we all need in challenging times like these. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, for now, I wish you all a successful 10th Women Leadership Forum. All my very best. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Governor, and thanks for everyone who made this possible. Our last words of welcome will be remote live, and we're now asking Maya Morsi, she's president from the National Council for Women in Egypt, to join 10th Women Leadership Forum for her address of welcome. Ahlan wa sahlan. Happy to have you, Madam President. Are you here already?
Yes.
Happy.
Yes.
I'll hand the floor to you. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much, and I hope I'm loud and clear, Excellencies, ambassadors, and my dear friend, and used to be my colleague as well, Dr. Ghada Wali. It's a pleasure to see you all today, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. And thanks, Renata, for a great platform and a forum that has been serving women leadership for several years. And interesting to focus today on women for sustainability. For Egypt, in the past 7 years, our constitutional rights have been finally translated into policies, laws, strategies, and programs. Egypt has worked on all fronts to ensure that, first, women are in decision-making positions effectively representative and participating in the development of their country. Women are socially and economically empowered to be active contributors to the development plans at large. Women and girls are protected from all forms of violence against them. Egypt has a framework that has been put in place with dual approach of having a standing alone vision as a strategy 2030 that was launched and endorsed by the president, and a mainstreaming approach as well throughout the national plans. Believing that there won't be sustainable development without having women at the heart of the policies, I would like to start by shedding light on Egyptian women ministers leading several portfolios and important ones within the cabinet at this moment. We have an Egyptian women minister of planning and economic and sustainable development leading hand in hand with the National Council for Women, the biggest women leadership programs for women in executive authorities and private sector as well. We have also a Minister of International Cooperation leading financing for climate change agenda and also the Gender Accelerator for women in private sector. We have the Minister of Environment coordinating the climate change agenda, which is the hot topic in these days. Parliament with more than 25% representation, but saying all these ministers, I cannot forget the great, powerful work that Minister Ghada Wali had done for fruitful programs, social empowerment and economic empowerment for the poorest of the poor and for women in private sector, especially the childcare support, that a major program that has been put in place. In Egypt, and even though we have succeeded to close the gender gap of boys and girls enrollment to schools, and even though women represent 50% of students of master's and PhD, still a lot of work needs to be done. Model STEM education is on the rise, and I can say today that we almost is reaching parity between girls and boys enrollment in the STEM education in Egypt. On the bright side, we have 43% in the fields of scientific research women. On another level, we have a very successful non-governmental partnership with Youth Leaders Foundation. These are the the pathways for the future. We train, we build capacity, and we mentor young men and women from universities. It's called She Leads program. As I mentioned, Egypt has launched the Gender Accelerator for the private sector to encourage job opportunities, but also to ensure women who enter into the market stay in the market. Ladies and gentlemen, as for the future generation, Egypt has launched an asset framework for the adolescent girls' empowerment under the auspices of Her Excellency, the First Lady. The name of the role model, Egypt Girl, Nora, and the Speak Up program to make sure that we are engaging the younger generation and intergenerational dialogue, and also ensure that they have financial inclusion, awareness raising, and ensuring that they have a fintech and technological aspect as well. Dear friends, I'm very lucky as a feminist in the public policy to be leading the national women machinery of Egypt at in an era that have witnessed the real commitment of a sincere political will from the president himself. I have seen Egyptian women in leadership positions for the first time ever in history. Women in state council, public prosecution, governors, national security advisor to the president, among many other positions. What does this say? This will give a hope for a younger generation, my child and Ghada's grandchild, that they can be in higher positions one day. Usually we say investing in women and girls translate to broader and social economic impact, an approach referred to as smart economics, double dividend of gender equality, and an efficiency approach to ensure women in development and ensure women leading sustainability as well. As leaders, we have to make sure that we transfer to the younger generation, to be pushing their challenges that they don't see, but it is blocking their way. We have to have a nurturing spirit, being fair and just, soft, and use our own intuition is a strength and not by any means a weakness. We have to ensure that our confidence is translated to the younger generation. And giving back, so we have to help others to be trustworthy and trusting their capabilities. As a leader, I commit myself to make sure that nurturing and supporting new generation on daily basis is in the DNA. And as we are in the Women Leaders Forum, I would love that we commit to, first, support women peers and believe in our role as catalysts for their success and their future, and support to shaping a new future, a real paradigm shift for all women around the world, towards a new era for women's rights. Lastly, we have to remember that resilience is a key to sustainable worlds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shukran Ikhtir. Thanks for joining in live from Egypt. Thanks for your speech, Madam President. Thanks for all our distinguished guests for sharing their precious time. We really appreciate that highly, and we're always happy to have you at the Women Leadership Forum back, hopefully next year when there is an 11th one. Thanks for our distinguished opening guests, and I just was asked to ask you to find yourself for a group picture just in front of the podium, but it's on our side to give a big applause. Thank you very much. So please, if you would mind to, just I think in front of the podium, we'll do a group picture, but this shouldn't stop us from. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That shouldn't stop us jumping into the program, knowing that we're now streaming, of course, the making of the group picture, which is always, of course, important. As we know, it's important to have a documentation and to make it visible to the world that hand in hand with Director General of the UNIDO, two ambassadors of the United States to Austria on the one hand and to the international organizations as well. The director of the local UN it's Madame Wally. We're happy to have you as well. And thank you very much for Ambassador from Italy to the international organizations. So thank you once more. This is your applause. So many figures and also insights were shared already in those very impactful words of welcome, I would say. And this also shows, at least from my perspective, the importance Women Leadership Forum has for all our distinguished opening guests, and the commitment we felt and we heard from all of them was encouraging for our 10th meeting. And I think sustainability has been addressed in so many clear ways, which kind of lay out the path for this 10th Women Leadership Forum. As you have noticed already, we have a little delay, but all of our speakers now, of course, have their schedule and know their slots. So we are ready for our first keynote intervention. And it's, of course, framed by Women for Sustainability, which is the frame for the whole meeting today. But it's her focus on how we can all create a positive change for a sustainable future. Dorcas Avino, she's coming as a managing director from Lake Hub Foundation from Kenya, and we're happy to have her on stage. And she will focus on how women are important agents of positive change and role models for sustainability. And we're happy to have you. Please give Dorcas a warm welcome applause. Hi, Dorcas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dorcas Owino. I'm the managing director of an organization called Lake Hub. It's based in Kisumu, Kenya. At Lake Hub, we decentralize access to technology and entrepreneurship for young people and women. So let me from the onset congratulate European Brand Institute and the UNIDO for creating this wonderful event for women. So it gives me great pleasure and indeed quite an honor to be invited to be the keynote speaker at this conference and speak about women for sustainable development and creating a positive change for a sustainable future. Part of sharing my experiences, which in very small way has created a sustainable development for women. In the organization that I run, the Lake Hub Incubation Program, we have an incubation program where we work with young women in business to inspire them and help them create make sustainable financial decisions and by giving them access to financial services. Also, as a woman in STEM, my background is in software engineering. We have created programs that inspire young girls to get interested in technology. And these young girls, for example, there's a girl who has created a mobile application that helps fight female genital mutilation by creating, giving them a platform to report. This young girl did this 5 years ago when she was in high school, and right now the application she's now presenting at the UN in Geneva and talking about the impact the application has had. So in a very small way, we have in our community really tried to inspire women to create a sustainable future. But even as I share these experiences that I'm very proud of, one thing that keeps ringing in my mind is that we cannot have or create a sustainable future without talking about gender equality. Studies indicate that gender equalities are extracting high economic costs and leading to social inequalities and environmental degradation around the world. Building up the economic and social pillars of sustainability while neglecting the gender inequalities that exist is a recipe for disaster. Sustainable development is a political concept because it's about good governance, which will be hard to achieve until we get closer to gender parity. We have 3 pillars of sustainable development, and these are the economic, environmental, and social. These are very relevant to discussions of gender equality, as they have equal and interrelated importance when talking about creating a positive change for a sustainable development. When you go to the first pillar of sustainable development, that's the economics of gender. I'll give an example of a program that we ran at the LACAB, at my organization at LACAB. We work with UNIDO through a program called Oya Idea Up to help young women who are in agribusiness expand their agribusiness. One of the things that we do is, like I mentioned, was to help make finance accessible to women even as they want to grow their business. However, what we found out is that most women cannot access loans. And even as we were training them on how to access loans and present their products, we found out because most loans in Kenya are being accessed by security. I think it cuts across in so many different countries. Women do not own land in Kenya. They have land that they work on. They do the agricultural business, but they don't own the land. Most land in Kenya is owned by the men. So even as we train them to get loans, they still can't because the land does not belong to them. So beyond that, studies show that about 40% of women in developing countries and 60% of women in developed countries work. They all have informal work. But this work, whether formal or informal, is greatly undervalued. And very few women reach the top ranks of business and management. This is variously ascribed to the traditional attitudes, the glass ceiling, and the old boys network. It may be due to institutionalized form of gender discrimination embedded in the failure to adjust the male work model to fit the needs of women. All over the world, women bear the most responsibility for children and households, and thus suffer from time poverty and lack of mobility. They tend to drop out of the labor force to have children, and at the same time, men are climbing the top. They then return at an older age and often peak later than men, owing to greater family responsibilities. Women have a different career trajectory than men, and also need to work flexible hours and schedules to accommodate the heavy demands on their time. And although the female presence at the workplace is growing, women do not yet share in economics and leadership. Among the Fortune 500 companies, women are only 3% of the CEOs, 6% of top managers, and 15% of board members. Studies by the Catalytics, McKinsey, and other groups indicates that firms with more women in leadership tend to have better performance and higher profits. But women remain on the sidelines, even though their risk-smart approaches, people skills, leadership strength are sorely needed through business and government. The corporate world is slowly awakening to the economic benefits of gender equality. The Global Reporting Initiative now includes guidelines for gender reporting by firms with the aim of improving corporate management and creating new business opportunities. Both the UN Compact and the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises are exploring the addition of guiding principles on gender for the corporate sector. Such prescriptions will go beyond equal employment opportunities and human rights to recommend specific corporate practices targeted to women, including flexible work arrangement, childcare, career development, equal pay, and employment in non-traditional jobs. When we look at this second pillar, which is the society and gender, and right now economists are going beyond GDP to measure to more inclusive measuring ways of well-being. Even though they're doing that, money is still very essential to both ecological and social progress. It is how that money is distributed and used that determines sustainability. The social pillar of sustainable development and its emphasis on equity and equality is the most sensitive of the three dimensions, and thus the hardest to address. It involves confronting negative social trends such as growing income disparity, rising employment, and persistent on gender gap. Many countries are now implementing strategies for green growth, green economies, and green jobs to put them on the lower carbon trajectory. But if they ignore the basic social requirements such as income equality, job quality, and gender equality, these initiatives will fail to be sustainable. So unless they are addressed head-on, social concerns will continue to block progress on economic and ecological aims and overall achievement of sustainable development. The most dire of the current era is the widening gap between the rich and the poor within and across countries. The Gender Gap Index of the World Economic Forum compares how countries divide their resources and opportunities among male and female population. This index shows a correlation between gender equality and wealth per capita, which cuts two ways. While economic progress can improve the status of a woman, our country cannot advance if its women are left behind. Several rich countries lag behind poorer countries when the gender markers are economic participation, education, health, and political empowerment. For example, the United States trails at number 30 out of 156 countries, behind Namibia and Rwanda. Japan and Korea, champions of green growth, seriously lag in gender stakes at place 102 and 120 respectively. When we look at issues like gender discriminations, you find that women in developing nations will fail to make economic and social progress. Variables such as family codes, violence against women, civil liberties, and ownership rights are rampant in most developing countries. We need to consider the role of social institutions and culture in limiting access of women to employment, inheritance, and finance. Difficult and widening ranging reforms are needed to address the underlying cause of discrimination, including changes to law governing property rights, marriage, divorce, and inheritance. We need reforms to assure sustainability in the long term. The well-being of both girls and boys can be transmitted from one generation to the next, depending largely on government measures to redistribute income through taxes, education, healthcare, and society safety nets. Investments in welfare programs help children do better than their parents. Government benefits are shown to mitigate the influence of family backgrounds on educational income. When we look at the third pillar, that's the environment and gender, the surveys that have been conducted in several countries and show the difference between men and women in environmental spheres. Studies conducted in households behavior show that women are more likely than men to buy recyclable, eco-labeled, and energy-efficient products, and women now account for the 80% of household purchases. So the question is, why is it that this eco-consciousness has not been translated to the purchasing decision? Women in developing countries are starting to realize the financial advantages of eco-markets, and according to the Fair Trade Federation, women are increasingly behind the organization of cooperatives producing artisanal goods, as well as agricultural products from coffee to chocolates in the quest to enhance their livelihoods, their communities, and local ecosystems. Women now account for 76% of the workers engaged in an agricultural fair trade production, many fabricating crafts from local and natural resources. In Kenya, women are now adopting farmer-managed natural regeneration approach, which is a rapid, low-cost, and easily replicated approach to restoring and improving agricultural, forested, and pasture land. Part of our training at LACAB in the agribusiness program that we run with UNIDO is to teach farmers how to regenerate indigenous trees and shrubs from tree stump, roots, and seeds. With all these efforts that women have put to take care of the environment, women are still more likely than men to be affected by environmental problems because of their social roles and more impoverished status in all countries. Coping with the effects of climate change and damage from extreme weather events such as storms, floods, and cyclones tend to fall on women who hold families and households together. Women in developing countries who supply water and fuel for families find this increasingly difficult as environmental changes negatively affect resources supply and infrastructure. Increased high costs for energy, healthcare, and food caused by disrupting effects of climate change disproportionately affect women, especially single mothers. And a few polls, even in richer countries, women are vulnerable because of their lesser access to finance, reduced by ability in the aftermath of a disaster. And there are polls that show varied gender sensibilities and responsibilities, lead to different opinions among men and women on how to deal with climate change. Because women are still in rare leadership position, they have little power and influence over environmental policies. Only about 80% of legislative seats worldwide are held by women, and in many countries, there are no female representation at all. So, similarly, because women are underrepresented in many industry sectors, they are unlikely to get green jobs on offer. The irony is that women are getting more educated than men, and there are now sufficient numbers of qualified women in specialization and areas of expertise, from engineers to architects to scientists, to compete with men in the markets for green jobs. But the majority of green positions are expected to be in construction, energy, and engineering fields where women are minority workers. So in conclusion, as I have indicated both in theory and evidence, the lack of progress on gender equality may be at the heart of failure to advance on sustainable development. If women were in more productive and decision-making roles, we could be moving faster and more assuredly towards sustainability in economics, social, and environmental cases. So as I wind up, a few recommendations on how to support women is: 1, commit to gender balance in leadership. 2, guarantee a safe and open environment for women participation in leadership. 3, invest in systems and programs that promote and cultivate diverse leadership. 4, uphold women's agencies. 5, support women's organizations and movements. And finally, change the narrative on women's leadership and social cultural drivers on gender inequalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll try from this position, maybe if the camera can follow me, to our guests who are with us on the live stream. Thank you very much for this, first intervention, and also diving that deeply with us to your experiences, and thanks for sharing those numbers. I think it always helps to not only widen the perspective, but to also see how it works and how we get things done and what the effort might be. Thank you very much for your precious work in Kenya. Thanks for being with us. We are now heading into our first dialogue session here on the podium of the 10th Women Leadership Forum. And it's a dialogue which will focus on how we're cracking the code. We're deep diving into women's education in STEM. As we all know, women are still underrepresented in science, technology, engineering and mathematics fields, especially in the engineering and manufacturing, construction, ICT-related subjects. The number of women graduates in STEM-related fields slowly increases, but this change is not reflected in the STEM labor market, where women still only hold a fraction of technical and managerial posts. So we are focusing on how to increase the number of girls interested in STEM as well, how to promote and inspiring female role models. And please welcome on stage Moyataba Tavakoli. She is researcher, PhD candidate at the IST here in Austria, Lower Austria. Please enter the stage wherever you are. We're happy to have Lisa Sichotsky, Corporate Affairs Austria, Chad Bristol Myers Squibb. She's a STEM this is a STEM Fatal initiative. Happy to have you as well. Please enter the stage, and the rest of you, please follow with applause. Happy to have you, Lisa. We are looking forward to welcome on stage Abisoye Ajayi. She's co-founder and senior project manager at Pearls Africa. She is also here with us. Please welcome her on stage. Not here yet. Okay, Astrid Wieland. She's co-founder from the New IT Girls. Perfect, here she is. Happy to have you, welcome you on stage, Astrid. Applause makes it easier. I guess it's Elisabeth Tokalik-Jonak, Managing Director from Memo Corby System. She might also be with us. Perfect. Thanks for being with us. And it's Arti Lalwani, Risk Management and Privacy Knowledge Leader at A-Line. And she must be with us live remote. Perfect. Happy to have you. And Christine Wallmüller-Schiller, she will be the chair of that podium. Happy to have you, Marketing and Communications at AIT, Austrian International Technology Center. Happy to have you all, and also already in line, but I think you will be with us. Oh no, here we are. This was live remote. I'm sorry, that was my mistake. Thanks for having you. Thank you. In the Mitte. So that was my mistake. Abisoye Ajayi is live remote with us and not live on stage. Please forgive me. Happy to have you. And I hand over the chair now to you.
Okay. Thanks, Sonia, for this very nice introduction. I thought I have to do the introduction myself, but it's my pleasure to be here. Usually, I'm confronted with men because I'm working in the IT industry sector, and I was at very many conferences in my life. The last 25 years, I'm working in the IT, and usually there are about 400 men. And how many women are there? What do you believe? 2. It's great. What else? So let's say at least maximum is 50 persons. 50 women are visiting a conference when 400 men are there, so about 10, not about 10%, so a little bit more than 10%. But if you go to an IT security conference, it's getting even worse. What do you think? How many women do you see there?
0.
5 from 400. Believe me, you can count it at one hand. So it's hard time to change it. And I'm working in the AIT, which is the Austrian Institute of Technology, which is the biggest institution for science in Austria, for 10 months right now in the most important center of technology experience, which is, in fact, a quite small center. But actually, we have about more than 50% women at our center, and I'm really proud because it's getting to be better. So that's my introduction message. But to give you some facts for Austria, in Austria we have about 18% of women in the IT sector at the moment, right now, which is really, really too less, in my opinion. So it's hard to change the situation, that it's getting better. So I'm very pleased to have here a very nice panel with fascinating women and one man as well, and also our virtual guests. And we have only 30 minutes right now, so we start quickly with the discussion. And the most important question is, what is your personal experience to my panel here, to my panelists? So how did you come to STEM, so science, technology, engineering and mathematics? In German it's called MINT, as you know for sure. So it's a little bit different. It's Mathematik, Informatik, Natural Science and Technology. Yeah. but in fact, it's almost the same. So we need more women in this field. There is no question about it. And I want to underline and thank Gerd Müller. He said, digitalization is crucial. Digitalization is a game changer. And we are really, it is really necessary that we get more women to STEM. So I want to ask Lisa to start, to give, it's a little bit difficult, to give your personal experience and how did you come to STEM? And also you're founder of the Vettel Initiative, I think. So just give us a little bit a short impression of your career and your experience with STEM.
Thank you. First of all, also thank you very much, Renate, and thank you also, Christine, for hosting the panel, but for Renate providing this platform for 10 years now, and that's like actually going right into the center already. If you don't know about it, we heard it already, if you don't know about it, you cannot aim for it. So, well, when I was 16 years old, we had physics in school, and in the first lesson, the teacher told us in front of the whole class, I don't think physics is for women, but I have to teach you. And I was like, well, he's wrong. I just read the Nobel laureate biography of Marie Curie, and my parents are doing like physics and biology experiments at home with us. This guy is wrong. But imagine if I would not have had this environment and would not have known that he's wrong. I would have believed him maybe. So I was really glad that I had super inspiring teachers in biology and chemistry, and they shaped my decision to study biology. Now I'm in a corp comms environment, but with still in a scientific ecosystem. I love science, and I can recommend science to everybody out there. And that's why we, together then with my co-founder, we said we have to do something. So if we don't act today, tomorrow will not have changed. And we founded the STEM Fatale Initiative and the official registered association to advance the leadership culture in the STEM fields. And both having a scientific background, we thought, well, first we need data. If we cannot just say something, we need data. And the data showed that there are internal factors and external factors holding women back. And it's, I mean, seriously, it's the year 2022, and what we found is that still in 2022, self-confidence is one of the major factors holding women back. I don't accept this. We have to act. So I'm also happy that Mo is here today. He will for sure also mention what he's active at. And I have the vision that our society will look like where it doesn't define, where gender or postal code does not define your career path, but your curiosity and your talent, and that this curiosity and talent is grown in an environment where it doesn't matter if you're a boy, if you're a girl, if you're from whichever country. And so
Thanks.
More concrete details, of course, we have all the data from our survey, right? Happy to share. But this is really what I want to drive and what I want to change.
So it shouldn't be any difference between boys and girls. Thanks for this first statement. And coming history yourself, you're a refugee, by the way. Perhaps you can tell us a little bit about your experience, your personal experience. And you founded also two very interesting associations. And what's now your experience?
Hello, do you hear me? Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction and also giving me this opportunity to talk here. I'm also happy to be here because I think it's very crucial that we discuss this topic not only from a female perspective but also from a male perspective, because I'm certain that we can manage this if men also join this debate, because women's rights is human right, and we have to have as male do our part for the society. We have to encourage our daughters, our sisters, our mothers, and every female member of the society to aim high, because they also deserve and they also have to have this, to get this chance to thrive. And so to my person, so I came as a refugee to Austria, and at the very beginning, of course, you have this path of integration, get to know the language, and get there where I am at the moment. I'm a PhD researcher at the Institute of Science and Technology Austria and research in the field of neuroscience. But to get there, I didn't manage it alone. I couldn't manage it alone. I had a lot of support, and that is what we also need to offer to everyone else in the society. I had my parents who supported me even though they didn't have the chance to study, to go to school in Afghanistan. They came to Austria without knowing any language, and they still have troubles to cope with the current situation here. But nevertheless, they supported me so much. My mother, and I also had the opportunity to learn an Austrian family who supported me throughout the years. My director at high school, and then later on at the university, I met people who really said, we believe in you, and that is what we have to do with the other half of the member of this society, with the female, because as long as we don't work shoulder by shoulder, men and women, we will not make progress. Our progress will be limited if only male will be focusing on making progress. But if we join forces and we help, really we give hands to each other and focus on our joint forces, then we can really thrive and we can make progress. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing this very impressive personal story, and also your career, and also your view to support also women and to integrate women. I think this is a really important point to include also and to integrate also the men in our discussion. They should be part of our efforts. Don't forget that. And I'm looking now to Astrid. We know each other for several years right now, because I have to add, I'm also founder of Women in ICT in the Association of Software Industry. So now it's called FÖSI, Verband Österreichischer Software Innovationen. And we founded Women in ICT, and Astrid founded the New It Girls. And we have closely same targets and goals. But it is important that we use every head, I say always. We use every head and all hands to do the efforts to strengthen the position of women in STEM. So I ask you, Astrid, to give us your personal experience.
Thank you very much. Well, to be honest, I studied economics and never really considered going into IT. It was an accident that I landed there because I was looking for an internship more than 8 years ago and found a company called Microsoft and thought, well, it's a well-known company, it sounds interesting, it was in marketing, so I thought, why not? With my economics degree, I think I can do that. And Microsoft is known to be very active in the field of diversity inclusion, and still, like Christina said, at a lot of events, I felt so alone as a woman in IT. Rarely there was another woman, maybe one or two, but I thought, it's not possible that there are no more women in IT. So together with another colleague of mine, Doris, we decided to found the New IT Girls to really connect women in IT across job titles. And when we started this initiative, it was a revelation for me that there are already so many great women in IT, and they're just not seen from the outside. So for me, this was really a game changer, because I thought I was the only one, and I have to fight all the fights for myself. But by being in this network, I realized that we have strong allies already, be it women or men, that are already working in the field of STEM. So this for me really was a game changer, and also showed me that IT and STEM is so much more than what I thought it is, that the diversity of job profiles is amazing. And with the new IT girls, it's also our goal to show this to more women, to young girls, that they shouldn't be afraid of coming into IT, and they shouldn't feel that they are alone like I did when I started 8 years ago. They should see that there are already so many cool women that can support them and that encourage them to follow their career in IT. And this personally was my reason why I started, to act as an ambassador for more women in IT. And today I have a second motivator who is with me in the back. It's my little daughter. She is 2 months old. And,
and also her father.
And the father. And we want her to grow up believing that she can achieve everything. And we tell her that every day, but I want her to grow up in a society where society tells her and shows her and makes her feel that she can achieve everything every day. And that is my personal motivation why I'm here.
That's a perfect motivation. Thanks so much, Astrid, for sharing your ideas and your personal story as well. And now I'm looking to the outside, Elisabeth, and perhaps you can show us also. I don't want to talk too much.
Yes,
I have a lot of
I'll
time.
be quite quick. So thank you very much for listening. There's nothing I can add, actually, but the words that just ring in my head is that women are peacemakers. I agree to disagree. Yes, we are peacemakers, but hello, we need to shout it out. We can do that, and we can more than just making peace. We can be rebels, and I want to see more rebels in the future. So I have 3 girls, and I tell them every day, you stand up and you're a rebel, and whatever you want to do, you try and do that. Because when I grew up, I hated mathematics. I really hated it. Computer science didn't exist in that form in the 1970s, so that was done. I didn't have to bother about that. I didn't like physics either. I didn't like chemistry. So by the time I decided to go my path, I became a graphic designer. And later on, much later than after studying a couple of languages, history, blah, 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 I started getting more into neuroscience. So you never know when STEM hits you. So we shouldn't give up on women, no matter what age, you know. Thank you. So this is basically what I would like to say now as a start, starting point. But hello, please, you're not too old to change your course. And I would have never thought that it would end up with being half an engineer in embedded systems and knowing how to program and do all that stuff I'm doing at the moment. But basically, bottom line is, your brain functions, just use it. And no matter what subject you do, STEM is not a hurdle. You can jump it, and even I did. So if I can, you can. Thank you.
Just let me repeat this wonderful sentence. Women can be rebels. It's a wonderful statement. Yeah, and again, you never know when STEM hits you. It's also a very important message. So you can start every day. You can learn your lifelong. It's never too late to start something new. That's also a very important message. And the third one, use your brain and be self-evident, self-trusting. Yeah, that's very, very important too. And now I'm looking to the our virtual guests from far away. Let's start. Abisoye, I hope it's right. I spelled it right, your name. Abisoye, you're a co-founder and senior project manager at Pearl Africa. Can you give us your personal experience of STEM and your experiences?
Thank you very much. My name is Abisoye Ajake Falari.
I got it right.
Yeah, you got it. You did a very good job. Thank you so much. My personal experience with STEM. In the year 2005, I got a rare opportunity to intern in an IT audit firm. And at the time, I think I was a novice. I was naive. I had no voice, no agency, nothing. I was not even as educated because I was also trying to gain admission to the university at the time. And I remember clearly most of the time I knew nothing about what was going on in the organization, because to become an IT auditor, to become a consultant that goes out on like job fields, there are a series of exams and certifications you must have done, trainings, and that was where I started. And eventually I spent 7.5 years in this organization. I went from being an intern to a developer. I did all the Oracle certifications, the Microsoft certifications. I started training clients coming into the organization, trying to dictate fraudulent activities in the organization. So I started taking those trainings, and I can tell you that I still wasn't in the university at the time, but they didn't know because I had a command of language, and I knew what I was doing. But eventually I was able to combine this beautiful experience with school. And I remember clearly when I got the opportunity to go for a full-time school, and I said, no, it's not going to happen, because this was giving me so much life. And that was what I wanted to do, being able to, create solutions to problems, being able to dissect problems. And that was actually it for me. And when I got tired after 7.5 years of, writing certifications, doing basically the same, I'll say the same thing over and over again. And I remember clearly I even got the opportunity to work on a project. I'll say maybe a couple of projects. They were web-based applications that was given by the founder of the organization. This particular project stretched me, and I think that was what broke it for me, because I worked with a team eventually when I realized I couldn't figure it out. But then, having experienced the lack of women participation, girls in STEM and everything, I said, you know what, I think I'm going to start a foundation to equip young girls. And in my case, it wasn't just any young girl, it was young girls from rural communities, because I felt they will always be left behind if they don't have the means or the financial means to actually get certifications, get trainings, be problem solvers, get into STEM, and that's what I've been doing for the past 8 years. We've had loads of girls develop projects based on problems in their communities. They think about a problem, they think about the tech angle of it and how to, provide solution tech-based. And one of the most important things I think we've been able to do after I've labored for years is to involve mothers. And I hope I'll be able to talk about tech moms, because we realize that it's more or less the way forward after engaging their girls, training their girls. It's about time to re-educate and orientate them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abisoye, for sharing your personal experience and also motivating young girls. I think it's so important to motivate young girls all over the globe. So it's unbelievable, amazing what you're doing. I like it. Last but not least, I welcome Aarti Lalwani. Sorry for that, Lalwani. And your risk management and privacy knowledge lead at A-Line. Can you give us your personal experience as well?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. And this is such an empowering forum. I've already learned so much from the speakers here. And one of the things that I want to pull past is the fact that STEM actually did fall into me. I didn't study technology. I got thrown into it, and it was not an easy path. And for some of the things that people have already said this afternoon, is that it is a difficult path. We want women to continue to pursue the path, though. And when we push through and we persevere and we're resilient, that's when sustainability happens. There are days, even to this day, that we still feel alone, but we realize that we're not actually alone. There are many women across the world in the same sectors fighting the same path that we're in, whether it's a small company, large company, or even just going through the motions of getting into this job sector. So from my path, I like to be someone that is a mentor to other women. I like to persevere, push them up, and help them through. And I'm hoping that women will always support other women, especially in STEM. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Archie. And I want to continue with you, so that you're not at the last again, to ask now, so how can we increase the number of girls in STEM? That's a very important question. There are so many measures. In the last 20 years, I saw a lot of measures and a lot of initiatives to optimize the situation, to get more young girls and young women, and also women who are older, to change their jobs, to get them to STEM. But in fact, I know the numbers from information technology, it didn't change at all in the last 20 years, for example, in the German-speaking world. So what do you think? What should be done to increase the numbers of girls and women in STEM?
So I'm based in the United States, and one thing that I've noticed is that women are now completing college degrees at a higher percentage than men. But yet that percentage, as you said, is still a third of women that are actually entering into the job society with STEM degrees. So where is the discrepancy, right? We're now getting to a point where education has always been the number one thing to get women there. But why are we not entering that sort of society? Why are we not? And that's because we, as someone once said earlier today, if we don't see it, we don't think that we can do it. And so my advice is, yes, mentors are the easiest way to come in. Confidence is the easiest way to come in, but not everybody has that. So how do we pursue that? Be your own mentor, be your own confidence, move past that, and then find your mentor through other people, through men. Actually, most of my mentorships to get me to where I am today have been men that really understand what I'm going through and still help me through it. So education is always the number one thing, but once we get through and get our education, how do we enter the society? And I would say the biggest thing is that support. Find your own support, be your own support system. Thank you.
Thanks for these three very important points. It's education, but also mentoring, you named, and also the support. So three very important pillars, which I cannot only repeat, not at all. It's really, really important, all three pillars. Elisabeth, can I ask you to give us your impressions, by the way?
Now that was quick. I wasn't prepared for that. And I just wrote something down, as you mentioned, when to start. That's a very crucial moment. We cannot just say it's time now for you to get into STEM. It's not that time. I believe that we have to start very early. We have to start, I'm not saying in nursery school, but in primary school. We have to we need open-minded teachers. We need open-minded lecturers for a younger generation. And we need to foster that idea. It is always easier when children grow up in a STEM family, when there is one at least who is part of this STEM family. So my husband is a chemist, so I'm quite happy that at least one of my girls might choose a STEM degree or path, but you're never sure. So if you imagine that you come from a background where STEM doesn't exist, then it becomes hard. So who can really trigger? Well, the people who can trigger are at school. So we have to address our school system, our educational system, to make STEM more visible. And as one of the lecturers today said, if you can see her, you can be her. It is also, if you can see him, you can be him. It doesn't matter who you see. It's about getting the chance to make it visible and to make it stay in your head. And then, of course, at the age of 14, 16, when it's about time to get the path right or not right, crazy ideas develop, dopamine is just being really, really crazy in your head. It's time to make a decision. That's the hardest. Again, your family is needed or teachers are needed. So we need this support. And you, every one of you, I think you are the best. You can transport that. You can come to conferences like this. But this is fine and super duper. But I go to schools. I go to schools and speak to the teachers. And I ask them, how can I help? How can I help you with my expertise to foster this idea of STEM, to make it more visible? And mind you, there's still more female than male. So, hello, there's a lot of work ahead of us. And finally, what I wanted to say is we do not only have to open doors for this subject, we have to open gates. And that's what I try to do. So come on and help me, and then we're on the right path. Thank you.
Thanks for this very important statement. I'm looking to my watch. We have only about 5 minutes, so let's say a little bit more left, so it's not so much, so we have to be very quick. I'm looking to you, Abisoye. What do you think? What is your vision? How can we increase the number of girls in STEM, and what's your vision and your most important points, please?
Thank you very much. I'll just add to what has been said already. I'll say we need to show a range of opportunities. When we do this, we encourage young girls to go into STEM. They need to know what is available. Because in my training program, we ask these questions often, and most of the time they just want to be what they can see. And what they've been able to see has been various things in their communities, and STEM is not one of them. So we just show them women, we show them mentors, and they go like, oh, we went to Microsoft today, for instance, and as a result, I want to be like that woman because I like ABCDE that she does. And so we need to show this. And again, we need to bring in mothers. We need to find out, for us to have like maybe training centers or schools, how many hours do we really spend with these girls per day? But their mothers actually have like a very, very strong, I'll say stronghold on these young girls. They are probably the first set of role models. If we bring in the mothers, if we re-educate the mothers, if we reorientate mothers, I believe it will go a long way. My vision will be, we need to reverse inequity relating to young people, relating to young girls' access to opportunities and access. I believe that if they have access to opportunities and resources, they can be change makers. And that is the kind of girls we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Looking to the men in our round, what's your opinion? What should be done to increase the number of girls in STEM?
So I have two concrete suggestions. So once I've mentioned, I think women empowerment starts in the family, because family are the first person, mom, dad, with whom the child has the most interactions, and then siblings. So as a sibling, it's my responsibility to take care of my sisters, to take care of my mom, and to make sure that they really have access to what they wish for. To be honest, I'm also disappointed a little bit that today we don't have so many men. And as I said, it is not the duty of women to fight for their rights. It's also the men who have to stand up and to take actions. We can only manage this if we work together, men and women. And I'm really, I hope that conferences like this will be attended also by men more and more. The second thing, is the community work. So we have back then, so I came from Afghanistan as a refugee, and we have a lot of difficulties in Austria as a refugee, but that didn't hold us back to progress. So then what we did, we created an initiative which is called IGASUS, which is a platform for Afghan students in Austria. And what we do is we create a safe place for every one of us to make mistakes and to learn from them. We share about our experiences with each other, and we learn from them, we learn from each other, we learn from our mistakes. We again stand up, make mistakes, go outside into companies, and learn from those mistakes, we then apply them into practice. And I think that is a super nice example also it can be a nice example for other societies, you know. If in the family you don't have anyone who has like STEM backgrounds, then those who have STEM backgrounds, they should join forces. They should make communities and offer these opportunities to the rest of the society. Because again, if we don't work together, men and women, shoulder by shoulder, side by side, we will not solve these issues. Thank you.
Thanks. Lisa, may I ask you?
Yeah. Everything that was already mentioned, I fully agree. I don't want to repeat it, but again, for me the most important thing is this is about equal opportunities. It's about the percentage of world population is not represented equally. Who is the society? We are the society. We can contribute every day. Women, men, no matter which origin. And we also need to change the STEM culture within. Because from the STEM fields within academia, research, industry, innovation, this is where the future is created. This is where is shaped what tomorrow will look like, the technologies that are developed, the scientific breakthroughs coming from. If we have equal contribution there, equal men and women, it will be for the benefit of all of us, for the benefit of men and women. And this is, I think, the most important thing. It's not only about women, it's about all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not about women, it's all about diversity, I think. So that's the overall, to sum it up. But it's quite a lot of a way we have before of us. So we have to be standing together, as you said as well. Astrid, to give you the final word, and then I will sum it up.
Yes. Like you said, I can agree with everything that was said. And I think one important point is, and I want all of us to keep that in mind, it's not about fixing women and girls, but it's about fixing the environment they grow up in and making it an environment where they can prosper and achieve what they want to achieve. And I think this is super important with all the initiatives encouraging and supporting women, which we also do with the New IT Girls. It's also important to say that we don't need to fix women. They are already perfect how they are. It's about fixing the environment they are in. And at the same time, I think it's super important to keep encouraging women and showing them that they can achieve everything they want to. And my vision would be that each one of us, we're a lot of people here today and also in front of the screens, if each one of us goes home today and researches one woman and one woman in STEM and tell your daughter, your sister, your cousin, your female colleague about her and inspire her, we can really make an impact. I think if we take this action today, we would go out and really have an impact from this event today. So that is my vision.
Thanks a lot. Very good vision. Be active and act yourself. Don't talk so much, just act. That's my personal opinion. And we do it with the women in ICT. We have about more than 1,000 followers now, right, with women in ICT in Austria, and 36 women in ICT ambassadors. I think it's really important to make it visible. So there are a lot of women, as Astrid said before, and we have to make it visible and to give them the opportunity to talk at conferences like this, and also at conferences like the Software Day. And I have an offer got from the FÖSI, so I can offer 20 free tickets for the Software Day. So please contact me afterwards. It's on the 5th of October for women, especially for women. And if you want to get use of it, please contact me directly after the panel or on the break. So we can manage it. And to sum it up again, we are also mentioned very important points. So it's mentoring. Mentoring is really important. It's about role models, to be role models, and we are doing role model events as well. So to make the different professions visible That's very important. So to make it visible, to see software developers, female IT experts, security experts, female IT DevOps engineers, all things have to become visible with female experts. And finally, it's getting to get in contact with some groups. It's teachers, like Elisabeth told us. It's also parents. Parents don't know about IT and IT jobs. And it's also about multiplicators, consultants, educator consultants coming to schools. And they consult the pupils at the age of 14 to change to other schools and to do which profession should be done. And often they say to the girls, don't go to STEM, it's not for you. And it's happening right now. And this shouldn't happen. So that's really important. That's my point. And I want to thank my wonderful panelists here. And we can discuss it later on in the break as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christine. Thank you very much, dearest panelists. And I'm still stuck to that quote. You never know when STEM will hit you. Thanks for our guests from far away. Thanks for joining in and sharing your precious time. Thank you very much. We're still in a little delay, but don't worry, because it's so important to concentrate on what is happening here on the 10th Women Leadership Forum. And so we, of course, not reducing time of our panelists, but please consider that there will be an ongoing about 20 minutes delay also occurring the break we have announced already for lunch. We're ready now for a masterclass, and I'm really happy and feel my heart introducing, I would say, a friend of mine. She is very well known here in Vienna, and she's doing a great job as Vice President of the Vienna Chamber of Commerce and Industry. It's Kasia Greco, and she will talk to us about the business leadership future and how we can close the sustainability skills gap. Kasia, it's a pleasure to have you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
A few of you are here, and we heard it's important that you are here. Dear Sonia, thank you so very much for this very warm welcome. It is an absolute privilege and honor for me to be here in this room to talk to you all present and to all those who are with us online today. I want to start with a quote, and it goes like that. While we search for new answers in modern times, I prefer holding on to proven recipes. That means speaking in a positive manner one about another, respecting different opinions, identifying similarities, and never losing sight of the bigger picture. This quote is from Queen Elizabeth II. And if I consider all we have heard so far today and what she has said, actually, I could close my speech right now, but I won't, because there's still much to say. But building bridges between the past and the future, building bridges between men and women is essential for all of us to succeed and to move forward for the next steps. So when today we are talking about leading in an uncertain world, well, for sure, none or few of us do know moments in our lives that had more turmoil, more crisis. We're not used to it. Most of us are privileged to live in countries where we have enough to eat, where we have work, we have shelter, we have food. And those of us who have, we shall go out and empower women in those countries where they still have to go those steps. It needs to be us to take our male mates and bring them to the places where women still need to fight what is already our privilege and good for us today. And at the same time, we never need to stop. The moment that Renate, who since 10 years is empowering and leading and teasing all of us to come here to speak up, to have a voice, the moment we don't need Renate anymore, this will be the moment we all will be ready for the biggest applause, because then we will have reached our main goals. So let me talk today in the next few minutes, and I'm usually talking fast, so we might make up for a few minutes here. 4 topics. First one is the worldwide situation, the moment we all learned the last 2 years about the new working environments on top of all the digital developments. Let's talk about resilience and leadership. How does that combine? How do we women combine that, and where's the power we can bring in it? And the 4th point is networking. Networking, key for the future, key for all of us. Why is that important? Well, I guess all of us, in one way or another, have reached borders. Many, especially women, have struggled through the pandemic, facing challenging times between work, fear, siblings at home. Well, I guess all of us have learned of new mode. How do I do that? We have been put in there, and fact is, it has been mentioned already today. We have gone a step back because somehow in most households it has been the women who have taken over the organization of the pandemic. It has been the women who have put up their sleeves and worked out there where we needed most help. And on top did their jobs, and on top suddenly turned to being teachers, and on top digitalized their companies, because not all companies were ready to move into that digital world we're all talking about, but now we had to do it. So these are key elements which have changed across the world and which have affected personal lives and business lives. Head of the UN, Madame Valli already told about it today. I know it might be a bit strange, but I would like to share that point again with you, because stability is something we were used to, at least in Europe, in most European countries. We lost that feeling of stability. Pandemic, war, energy crisis, pricing, increasing prices, inflation, and even, might sound a bit strange, but even the passing away of Queen Elizabeth II. Most of us know no other queen. Most of us have never experienced the United Kingdom without Queen Elizabeth II. So where's this way going forward? What can we do? How can we move forward? Calm and resilience are 2 magic words, and we need not only to tell them, we need to live them. They are words, more than words, they're an attitude actually. So let us carry on, and let us take this calm and resilience into the working world actually we have lived. So I believe all of you have made this experience. The phone is ringing, WhatsApp, Skype, Teams, and Zoom meetings. Our life somehow within the business environment has developed into green button, red button, green button, log on to the conference, log on to the conference, log on to the next conference from another device because somebody's waiting for you. Is that the new reality? It somehow has become, but how do we cope with it? How do we cope with people working in our teams? How much stress is that? And the funniest thing about all is when people are responsible of your calendars and they start inserting meetings, and you have an online meeting and then you have an offline meeting, a traditional meeting, but people stopped considering that you need at least a time to walk from one room to another, and you're just running, and you're all the time in online, offline modes. That's our new way of life. But we do have a chance to say stop by organizing, by having one step back. And it is you and you and you and all of us in this room, because we can show all the others, men and women, that we need a break. It is not a question of being weak. It is a question of being responsible. Responsible with resources, responsible with yourselves, responsible with our teams. And yes, it is true. We have a big gap. We have a big gap still if we look up there into management boards. We have quotas and different regulations in place, but we are far away from reaching them. We still have a gender pay gap. And to tell you the truth, it's sad to talk about it in the 21st century. But we have one thing which 10 years or 20 years, 30 or 50 years ago was not as powerful as it is today. And this is you. This is you, the women in this room. This is you, the women online with us today. This is all the women out there. Because today we raise our hands and we speak up. And that's good. And I'm extremely happy that especially the younger generations, 30 and younger, they clearly know what they want and they dare to say so. I am still from a generation where I've been told, perform well and you will succeed. Well, I tried to, but it took me almost half a century to understand that sometimes raising the hand wouldn't harm. Younger women definitely do so today. Who knows me and who already listened to some voices on female leadership that I was able to talk about, I love to say, we all have a voice. Nobody needs to give you a voice, but we need to empower women to raise their voice, to use their voice, because this is only how we can really the rumor out there in the world and tell them, we do good things, we know about resilience, we are caregivers, and we have a lot of brain. We can use all that as power together, and we don't need to be ashamed to talk about that. So when we look through our meetings, if we look into our companies, if we go there, I would like to say, as Nancy Rathbone, a US writer, would say, a strong woman understands that the gifts such as logic, decisiveness, and strength are just as feminine as intuition and emotional connection. She values and uses all of her gifts. And I want to complete this, like Her Excellency Victoria Kennedy told us earlier, if you can see her, you can be her. And our panelist Elizabeth very correctly say, if you see him, you can be him. We have many proof cases. There's a study for your numbers here from the Complexity Science Hub Vienna, where entrepreneurship in financial and leadership terms has been studied around listed companies in Japan. And guess what? The analysis very clearly shows, and it has been presented at the International Review of Financial Analysis, companies with women in their boards and in leading positions simply perform better. So there's no way around a future without women. There's no way. And this is the power we have. But we have to take it on, and we have to move forward. And this brings me to my last of the 4 topics, namely networking. We all have heard about gentlemen clubs, cigar clubs. That's all about networking. And you know what? Men are still much better than we are in networking. That's a fact. But we can use and we shall use this power of networking because we can learn there, we can exchange there, we can say, hey, you know, exactly the same situation we are both in. That makes you feel good and not alone. And we can improve business. This is so, so important. And I would like to mention 2 networks here in Vienna, which personally I have profited a lot from, which I really do love, because they have power in them. They are not only a name, they are filled with life, and that life is women. One is Club Alpha. It has been established as the first female network here in Vienna. From women, for women, men always welcome. Because this concept, our panelist colleague over there has mentioned it earlier, it is important that men also support. And me too, I had male mentors and female mentors. And it is putting all the bubble together that we can be strong. And then, as Chamber of Commerce, I'm very proud to represent today also the biggest female entrepreneur network, Frau in der Wirtschaft, from the Viennese Chamber of Commerce. We go there, we exchange new trends, new laws, regulations, how to create the framework together. What are the trends we need to work on for you, for the Austrian entrepreneurs, also beyond Viennese, beyond Austrian borders? Because this is the future. The future is, thanks to digitalization, the world has become a little bubble, and it is on us to take the chance, and diversity is our means. There is no future without diversity. Diversity is one of the key facts when it comes to employer branding. Diversity is something that we women have innate. We listen to people. We care about people. And this is why I would like to invite you to stand up for what you want to say, to come and join the networks in your respective countries here in Vienna. And I would like to extend my invitation to all of you interested for the 19th of October for our annual Congress of Viennese entrepreneurs here in Vienna. And just to close it up with one of my favorite quotes from Marianne Jamber, a US caregiver: life's a journey. It's not about the destination. It is about the journey. It is the life we live before we die that matters. It is the little things we do for one another that in the end mean the most. Speak up. Together we can and we will define the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Kasia, and thanks very much for extending the invitation to your annual conference of women as entrepreneurs here in Vienna. And thanks also for reminding every one of us, wherever you are following us today, to search for a good local network. It might be gender equality, it might be only women meeting, but get in contact with supportive minds and people around you. We try to now make it possible, and this is of course a big favor I ask from the next panel chair, to start lunch break at 2 instead of 1:30, which makes it another 1 hour for our next issue, with which will focus, and we heard about it a lot in also the opening remarks and of course a lot of the speeches we had already. It's about finance, which is always kind of a blind spot, but is much too important to leave it there. And we're talking about sustainable finance and leading the ESG revolution. I'll shorten now to talk about the topic itself, which for sure will do our distinguished guests on the podium. It's Tamara Abdel-Jaber. Actually, she is live remote. I'll like to see if that worked already. Tamara, are you with us from Aman Ventures? Anyways,
Yes.
yeah, perfect. I can hear you. It's Vera Kotsis. She's Regional Sales Director, Refinitiv, and we're happy to have her here with us. Please just enter stage. And we have Ayşegül Baykal. She is Deputy Director, Private and Institutional Investors, CEE at Schöller Bank. It's always a pleasure meeting you at least once a year. Happy to have you, Ayşegül. It's Melanie Kaita. She's CEO and co-founder of Melanin Capital. She must be with us as well. Happy to have you. It's Vanya Franceschelli. She is Deputy Chairwoman and Senior Partner at Allianz Bank. Where are you? Perfect. Here are you, Vanya. Please help the ladies with a supportive applause. It's Neila Amara. She's UNIDO expert on women economic empowerment. It's a pleasure having you, Neila, and we already chatted a little bit at the morning. And it's Cornelia Walch. She's CSR manager at the ÖBB Holding, and she's supposed to be with us live on location. Happy to have you, Cornelia. And yeah, Vera, you are ready to take over the chair, and if possible, because we also have an intervention also to be added after the podium, maybe around 1:45, 1:50 to close the podium, and then we have time for the intervention, and everyone will be fine with the lunch break around 2. Vera. Please just press the button. Exactly. Perfect.
Thank you so much. So we are going to do the best to shorten this discussion, though it's a very important one. Already today we have heard really interesting comments, which I'm very sure we will come back and relate to that. But because of the time, let's really jump into today's session is sustainable finance, what women can play in that role, how we can change the strategies to be more focused and on women as well. I would like to start with Cornelia. Hello. Good afternoon. Cornelia is joining us from ÖBB, where she has a technical background with focus on industrial environmental protection and working with a team there on the company taxonomy report, experiencing all business areas and topics related to ESG. So I thought it's the best to start with. What's your experience? Where did we start it 5 years ago with the ESG topic? Did we see any improvement till today? And how the top management, CEO, CFO, is seeing that?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So if we are looking to 5 years ago, I think we were quite performing good. But if you look at today and at the regulations today, you see that we need more thrive. And with the regulations, we get that push from the regulations. And also we see that our CEOs and CFOs realize how important it is to look at those many different topics you have with sustainability and ESG. So you don't just look at the economical influence you have with your decision, but you also look at the social and environmental decision. And that's a really, really good point of view, I think, to make also an all over ecological and sustainable impact. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Franceschelli is Deputy Chairwoman of European Federation of Financial Advisors and Financial Intermediaries, and executive of Italian National Association representing financial advisors. She is focusing on MiFID and ESG issues across the European Committee. Vanya, when we are looking at women, and in the previous section as well, we heard about it, that women education, more and more finishing universities. But how does it really look at in the financial sector? And why is it important that we have women in the financial and financial advisory sector?
Thank you for the question. In the final advising in industry, women are represented as just 23% in the USA and only 20% in Europe. This is contrasted by a recent Italian study by Assogestioni that shows that approximately 40% of people, of clients, of customers, would actually prefer to invest in mutual funds and companies that are led by women and prefer to ask with a financial advisor women. Why is this situation? I think that men seems to be more worried about preserving the customer's wealth in the short term. Women have a wider vision based on achieving goals agreed up with their clients, and women can offer a different point of view, have a diverse attitude and skills. I think that the right situation is to have colleagues of the opposite sex in finance, and this is the right way to enrich everybody. Our views and knowledge for both men and women. And this is my personal opinion, why gender equality, also in finance, should be in everybody's interest and is something worth fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanya. It's a very interesting point you made, that women can offer a different point of view, and especially when it comes to finance, where in reality it's just math, as we heard before as well. Ayşegül Bayakal is the Deputy Director of Private and Institutional Investors at Scholler Bank. She has been born in Istanbul, where she joined UniCredit Services and moved to Vienna. And very shortly after that, she became the Deputy Director position in the private banking at Scholler Bank. When it comes to the different point of view of women, what is actually the role of women to reorientating finance sector towards value-creating economies?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. And first of all, thank you so much for having me here once again. It's a really great pleasure and true honor for me to speak at Women Leadership Forum here in the United Nations office in Vienna. And to answer your question, first I would like to mention a couple of important stuff regarding ESG-linked investments. ESG is really, really hot topic right now in the investment universe. And the interest for it has been growing over the years, but it has skyrocketed during the pandemic times. And it has become one of the best performing financial products among others. And they, even during these shaky environments in the markets, they still keep positive momentum in terms of outlook and return. And maybe just to give some numerical examples, last year in Europe, ESG bond issuances accounted for around 27% of the total bond issuance in Europe. And this year, in the first half, corporate ESG bond issuances accounted for 35% of the overall issuances. And we will see that these ratios are going to increase even further, with main supporting drivers being government regulations, societal pressure, and also investor demand, and especially considerable demand coming from the female investors. And now I'm going to explain why.
First, I think we need to note that financial power is shifting towards women, because the reasons are obvious. Now women are getting more education, they join more to the global workforce, we see more female entrepreneurs, and finally we see more and more women in the top senior executive positions. For instance, right now in Europe, around 1/3 of the total private assets are held by women, and this ratio is expected to be around 50% by 2030. And here it comes the important point, because up until now, all the investments and finance sector were mainly by male dominated. And when it comes to investing, women and men, they differentiate. Men, for instance, they mostly care about financial performance, profit maximization, or how their portfolio is diversified. But when it comes to investing, women, they mostly care about sustainability, and they really care that the family is going to be okay in terms of wealth. And now they also, of course, care about planet and environment. That's why they direct their investments towards ESG-linked products, or they select companies to invest, the companies have, which basically give importance to ESG policies, or who implement ESG policies in their corporate governance, like environment and climate-friendly approach, fair governance, or sustainable, socially responsible companies, and also companies having inclusive and gender-balanced teams. And how the ecosystem is going to basically function. As financial power moves towards women, there are these kind of companies who care about ESG policies. They are going to attract more and more investments, and this will help these companies to grow even further. So basically, we will have a great functioning and efficient ecosystem supported by growing universe of female investors. And maybe one last thing to mention, this is what I can confirm from my daily experience. Also in our bank, in Scholar Bank, we offer our clients a lot of ESG-linked products. And I can observe that these are mostly see interest from our female clients. So this is really, let's say, a true statement. Basically, long story short, ESG is really, really rising star in the investments. And it seems that women are going to make it shine even more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayşegül. Melanie, we have heard before that in Kenya women can work, but the land is still owned by actually men. And it's a very patriarchal system. So how do you see that sustainable finance can help the gender questions and women entrepreneurship? But before that, if I may just introduce Melanie just a second, because she can be extremely proud. She was named by Forbes 30 under 30 list in 2021. She is the CEO and co-founder of Melanin Capital, which is the first neobank dedicated to Africa and its diaspora based in Kenya, France, and Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera, and thank you very much for having me and having me talk about sustainable finance, which I am a very strong advocate in the countries that I'm working in Africa. And when it comes to gender issues, I strongly believe that sustainable finance can bridge an abyssal gap. Currently, we still have a reported $42 billion of financing gap when it comes to financing women. So when we think about the S dimension of ESG and the social aspect and how we can improve social inclusion, I believe that Africa has a lot to offer to ESG investors like my colleague on my left. And for that, we have seen different frameworks emerging that really have helped to further gender lens financing on the continent and globally. I'm thinking of this 2X challenge criteria, which is a global framework where financial institutions and investors have joined forces to dedicate financing for women businesses or businesses empowering women. Just between 2016 and 2018, $11 billion have been mobilized, and of this, 2.8 billion went to African countries. That's 25% of the total funding, which is a much better statistics than the total ESG market, where Africa only benefits from 0.3%. So how do I see that it has truly benefited? Actually, at Melanin Capital, we got access to this financing of the 2X challenge criteria. We collaborated with the African Guarantee Fund and Absa Bank in Kenya to provide access to lending to 350 SMEs locally. Thanks to this collaboration, we provide the technology platform, but the African Guarantee Fund provides the guarantees that help women that don't own the land to get access to a collateral that otherwise they wouldn't have access to. And this way we can lend at better conditions and we can provide the capital that they need to go forward, not through an aid perspective, not through microfinance, but really with a true loan that can help them jump to the next steps. So do I think that sustainable finance have a role to play in furthering women entrepreneurship back home? Definitely. And I think that the more we can push and the more we can have frameworks that help us to provide to investors the right path and the right methodologies to support women, then we'll be able to achieve and to bridge that $42 billion finance gap. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Melanie. Neela holds a PhD in economics from Paris Dauphine University, and she first embraced an academic career before developing herself full-time to her work as a technical assistant, program development specialist with specific focus on women and youth economic empowerment and private sector development. She is currently as an international project management expert at UNIDO. Neela, during your work, you are running lots of research, especially in Middle East and North Africa as well. How do you see it in these studies? What were your findings? Melanie was mentioning that women business are empowering women. Are we really empowering each other? What we have heard before as well.
Thank you, Vera. Yes, indeed, I've been working for the past, let's say, 8 years on promoting female entrepreneurship in the MENA region, in particular through a project that was mentioned by a generous donor, the Italian Cooperation, previously. Female entrepreneurship is not well known in the MENA region. There are no data, obviously. And so we struggle to get a deep knowledge and understanding of the situation of female entrepreneurship in the region. So we did a series of studies. One of them was about identifying the challenges to female entrepreneurship development. And of course, one of the major challenges was access to finance. And there we saw, things we know, all of us, lack of confidence, lack of financial literacy, and in the most general way, women complaining about lack of gender sensitiveness in the financial sector in a broad way. Now, how women in the MENA region, but other areas in the world, have an ecosystem that is very poorly gender sensitive. And so there, in particular, women are taking over to make it more gender sensitive. How? Different ways. First, there are thriving women business associations that support their peers, help facilitate access to finance for women, provide trainings, so they play a very important role in the ecosystem. Women also have a huge role in providing work to other women. We did a survey a few years ago, and it showed that in women-led businesses, on average, 60% of the workforce was female. When you compare to the whole economy in the MENA region, we're talking about 20%. So it means that female entrepreneurship is also a way to promote women's inclusion through work in general. And last, because I need to say it also, mothers, they are the ones who support their daughters to create the business, to be able to juggle between the private life and the professional life. They take care of children. They take care of many things. So for their daughters to free some time to be able to run the business and be successful. So those are the many ways I see in the way women in the MENA region are supporting other women to become empowered through entrepreneurship and work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nina. Tamara, to you, maybe a question. Tamara is joining us online. Thank you so much for being with us. She is partner at Amam Venture, a gender lens investment fund that caters to businesses that are committed to equality with focus in Jordan and MENA. Yep. She is an expert in strategy design and execution, and in her belief, the importance of women networking and support groups. Tamara has co-founded the Women in Business Arabia virtual community, which grew organically to 45,000 members of business owners and professional women across the Arab region. So for you, a similar question, maybe. How do you see this problem, women supporting women, and being sensitive for women issues, and how is your business can help further that?
Thank you for the question, Vera, and I'm so happy to be with you here today. I will be building on and reiterating some of the points that Nayla and Melanie mentioned. I come from a region that's the most gender unequal in the world. If I give some examples, in Jordan, whilst 52% of university graduates are women, only 14% of women contribute to the workforce of the country. In 2019, only 14% of MENA or Middle East SMEs were owned by women, and only 5% of those had access to finance. So there's a big gender gap that we're facing every day. And we saw that very clearly with our virtual community of women in Business Arabia. 20% of those 45,000 women are business owners at different stages of their growth. And since it was recognized as one of the most active networks in the region, we managed to capture a lot of data and insights about those women business owners. In this region, just like everywhere else, we have a big missing middle. The businesses owned by women do not reach their full potential because, based on a study we recently did, they still don't have access to enough training and technical know-how. They don't have access to markets, but the biggest gap is access to finance. These businesses are typically too risky for banks because they don't have collaterals, like Melanie mentioned. They're not tech startups, so they're not attractive for VCs, or they don't fit the VC model, and they're too small for private equity funds. And there's very few people who are supporting them. And that's why Amam Ventures was started as the region's first gender lens SME investment fund. Now, we've realized that there are a lot of needs that those women have. Definitely the virtual community, the collaboration, the networking part is extremely important. But there's also the need for innovative financing instruments, mainly mezzanine instruments, that are more entrepreneur friendly than the typical instruments that are there in the market. There is a more risk appetite in offering those instruments. And the fact that we are combining technical assistance and hand-holding with the funding makes us very relevant for the women business owners. And one thing that's extremely important is pre-investment support. We've realized that those businesses, there are lots of businesses out there that are unpolished gems. So we've been offering investment readiness boot camps, business innovation boot camps, because none of those businesses have spoken to investors before, and they're not ready to talk to banks, even when banks are offering suitable funding instruments. So we've been working with them to polish them and create a pipeline of fundable businesses that we can either invest in ourselves or pass on to other financing institutions. We've also been trying to address the missing data part with our research activities. It's still very early on, but I hope that I'll be able to support Nayla in that area. One thing that we realized is that women are implementing sustainability. They're collaborating with each other. They're looking at being impactful every day of their work. It's just that these concepts are not formalized in their businesses. And that's why part of what we're doing is helping them understand the standards, make that their work more sustainable so we can see bigger impact. So for us, working with women business owners is not just a good cause. It's good business. These businesses, in terms of risk profiles, in terms of being able to meet their financial obligations, in terms of their commitment to achieving their goals, are performing really well from what we've seen so far. And that's why we are able to realize realistic returns or realistic ROI as investors to our own investors. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Tamara. Melanie, Tamara was talking a lot about standardization and how that can help access actually women to finance. In your work, you also work a lot with banks that they standardize their own ESG KPIs and methodology, and with that, the door is opening up. How do you see ESG very specifically in Africa? We heard from Nila, we heard from Tamara as well. And focusing on ESG, what opportunities it brings?
Thank you, Vera, for this question. I would say that before I was an entrepreneur, I was an impact investor, so really focusing on ESG investments on the African continent. And every time I was talking to entrepreneurs about their impact reporting, it was a real nightmare for them. Because you can imagine that when you have an SME transforming, for example, organic avocado in a remote area, or even being in an urban area selling clothes or so on, this is the least of your problem to know exactly what kind of CO2 emissions you have to report to your investor, especially if you have 10 investors that have 10 different frameworks to give for you to provide reporting on the E, the S, and the G dimension. So overall, so far, when I was talking to entrepreneurs or financiers in Africa, they were telling me ESG is a Western problem. It's not our problem. We haven't been the biggest contributors in terms of climate change, and we don't see how now we'll have to have this additional burden of ESG so that we can just make the reporting look better. And I've understood that for so long, but now I can see that there is also a huge opportunity cost for Africa to not tap into this market. We're talking about $31 trillion of asset under management worldwide. And with all the financing gap that we have in infrastructure, in SME financing, in gender financing, don't you think that there is something that we could benefit from the ESG market? I truly believe that with Africa being one of the most positioned to have an unlimited capacity of renewables, to have all of those women entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs that are coming into the market and can further social inclusivity, Africa would be actually a leader when it comes to ESG financing. And that's why with Melanin Capital, a core value proposition that we're offering banks and investors is to help SMEs comply and be eligible for the ESG-linked financing. And we do that by having developed a full AI mechanism where SMEs can get access to an ESG score that is taken from their mobile money data and where they don't have to always have to report manually about the impact. We believe that data in Africa is what is going to help those SMEs to get access and tap into this $1 trillion market. So not only we have to change a bit the mindset, but also the feasibility and the process of those ESG investments so that Africa can really benefit from it. Benefit from new money, but also benefit from money with less strings attached. When we think at carbon compensation, or when we think even at this 2x challenge criteria financing, we're talking cheaper funding, and we're talking funding without collateral. That's some financing that Africa could really benefit from, and especially African businesses. And funnily enough, on all these initiatives that we are leading with Melanin Capital on ESG financing, with Absa Bank and with the African Guarantee Fund, we are all women. Women ESG directors, women guaranteed disbursements, and we are fighting every day to show that ESG financing is, as Tamara said, not just good business, it's very, very important business, and it's good for their bottom line. But we need help. And we are facing challenges every day, that the fact that this ESG market is not at all regulated enough, and that we're still in a full limbo when it comes to reporting about ESG. So it's by collaborating by institutions like UNIDO or having discussions like we have today that we can further the discourse and the narrative about ESG financing and find new solutions and regulations that can help not only our continent, but the future of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie. Neela, in your experience, where did we start? So we have Tamara and Melanie with really great vision, but where we are starting, what your research is showing in terms of women accessing finance in this region?
There is, I would say we tend to say, and I said it before, that there was this lack of gender sensitiveness on one side. But we need also to say that on the other side, this is a problem of offer and demand, because on women's side, there is also kind of I would call it a self-censorship. They don't dare. They think the business is not worth it. They think it's lack of confidence, basically. Lack of confidence in themselves, lack of confidence sometimes in their own business. And they think that, nobody will be able to help them. And that's why in the MENA region, like I guess in Africa, they usually, their first reaction or reflex is to go and seek for what we call the love money, meaning family lending. But I think also that's what at UNIDO we are trying also to do, is trying to create this gender-sensitive financial environment, pushing indeed training also in financial institutions, pushing for this kind of initiatives like Tamara's one and Melanie's one too, because that will help a lot. But on the other side also, we need to train women to, in particular in financial literacy, because, the problem is that most of the women, they will tell you, look, I can go and meet a banker or an investor, but I don't speak the same language. And that's a major issue. So financial literacy, training in financial literacy is very important to us, and that's what we are doing in the MENA region, and will be doing also in the future in a massive way, because this is needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neela. Cornelia, I would like to come back to the point what Melanie meant, that ESG is a Western problem. Well, you're working for one of the major companies, ÖBB in Austria. In your experience, ESG is really a Western problem? Does it mean that actually we have it already under control?
I wish we would have it under control, believe me. But no, I think it's a changing system, because we have KPIs at our company, so we do sustainability reporting since 2006. But we now at the moment are at a changing point, because we get some regulations. You now know what to report so that we can compare the companies with each other. So we can, as persons, can make the right choices and can invest or buy from companies that are sustainable or more sustainable. And that's the point at the moment. We have a system in place and we have to change it. And I don't know if it's better to have a long journey to the actual sustainability KPIs at the moment, or is it better to build from the ground up as they do in Africa? And I think that's two different ways, but I think we can learn from each other. At the moment, I think it's easier to build from the ground up. But yeah, I'm not in the situation, so I have to change the system now. Thank you.
Thank you, Cornelia. would like to come back also women in sustainable finance. We heard a lot about it in Africa and in the MENA region. How does it work? But how is it actually in our Western world, Vanya? What is about the women's role in sustainable financing, and how many women have managed sustainable investments in the Western region?
Is the investment in Europe and also in the USA is booming. In 2020, captured 51 billion of new money. And ESG investments are one of the few areas where women are well represented. And in firms as JP Morgan, Bank of America, Invesco, Fidelity, women are well represented in ESG decision-making rules. This is very important. And a study of Standard & Poor's shows that firms with a female CEO are more profitable and have produced superior stock performance. And I think that ESG is a good word for women, and not only. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanya. I think I can be also proud working for the London Stock Exchange Group. Actually, in our top management, half of the roles are going to women. So it's really great to work for a company like that. Tamara, a question to you. In your introduction, you mentioned that you dream of a work where investors are equitably funding women fund managers, and all fund managers have gender lens integrated into their work. What is your experience actually with your business? Women as financial experts and investors. And before we heard about it, that women, that men may not trust that much women when it comes to financial investments.
So starting an investment fund is a very challenging business. Being first-time fund managers and not having track record makes it even harder when we talk to investors to get them to invest in us as fund managers, let alone the traditional challenges that fund managers face, whether it's fundraising, it's the bandwidth, having to do so many things with a relatively small team, deciding on where you want to set up, especially in the fact that in my part of the world, the Middle East, there are no geographies or no domiciliation options that are suitable or appropriate for international investors. So we had to answer all these questions before we got to actually stand in front of investors and ask them to trust us and put their money in us with us. And we faced a lot of difficult questions that we are willing to bet, and the data shows it, that our male counterparts or male colleagues did not face. We were asked about the risks more than our male counterparts. We were asked where the opportunities are, where the pipeline is, why we are spending so much on technical assistance to support those women business owners. Is there really an opportunity with those women business owners? So we had to be extremely prepared, okay, much more than, again, our male counterparts before we were able to talk to investors and to fundraise from them. Once we got past that first few conversations, those investors automatically realized that as female fund managers, we were much prepared for the follow-on conversations than others. We've done much of our homework in advance compared to others. And that's why, for me, I dream of a world where institutional investors are diverse themselves internally, but they also diverse their investments. So they invest more in women fund managers, and that all their investments have a gender lens. Because, like I said, I come from a very gender unequal part of the world, but so long as the World Economic Forum sees the need to issue a gender gap report every year, that means there are lots of gender imbalances that we need to all be working towards solving. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tamara. Maybe the last question, I should go going to you. You have mentioned that actually the financial power is shifting towards women, that women is owning more money and they are more ready to invest, and they are considered as a really great opportunity for the banking industry. What can banks do to attract more female investors? What you can make to invest more and not just keep the money at home?
Thank you for the question. As I said previously, given the fact that in a very short period of time, almost half of the total private assets will be held by women, financial institutions, banks need to urgently develop and improve units, dedicated units to serve the female clients, because female clients are seen as a group of underserved group, basically, because they don't really, as I said, they don't really feel understood by the current investment environment, by mostly the male advisors. They want to they want to be understood by their whole life picture when it comes to investing. And of course, how you are going to do that? First, you need to, I think, mirror this diversity among your clients into your own organization. So basically you have to have gender balanced teams, because both women and men, they have different competitive advantages, different strengths. And if you create these gender balanced teams, you are going to increase the creativity in your team. You are going to create synergies between both men and women's competitive advantage. And in this way, you are going to basically create the best solutions for your clients. And basically from diversity, everyone is going to win, both clients and also banks. And also maybe one important thing, basically to build these gender balanced teams and attract more women in investment club, let's say, that you need to also remove unconscious bias from minds. But actually, unfortunately, not only from men's mind, but also from women's mind, because there are a lot of women out there, we also observe, they don't really believe in themselves. They think that they cannot be successful as men are, and they are like more reserved. Here, the role models are very important. Organizations, companies need to create and reveal role models, because if you see that somebody has already done it, a woman has already done it, then you can also think, well, I can also do it. Then here, that's why role models are really, really important here. And maybe very last remark to close up and answer to this question. In my opinion, everything really starts at the family. And that's why I would have a kind recommendation to the parents, especially parents who are having daughters. They should really make sure that their daughters have enough self-confidence. They should raise their daughters with enough self-esteem so that they can feel the power in themselves to achieve whatever they want in their life and realize their dreams. I think this is really key. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayşegül, and thank you for all of you to being us with today. I think we had an exceptional panel with very diverse topics. We talked about it, and just recap something which is really interesting, I think, for the whole day. But if I look at back a year from now as well, what we mentioned, the confidence, the role models, and the importance of the family, how we are raising our daughters. And whatever topic we look at when it comes to women leadership or women questions, that's one of the most important things.
Thank you. Today, thank you, because I realize a dream. Every day, me and my staff speak with a lot of people on sustainable for finance and on the importance of women. We have a lot of interest in finance and in their money. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
thank you, our dear panelists, either here on location. Thank you, Vera, for hosting. And of course, thank you for joining us abroad. And thanks for everyone who was with us remote. And we are now ready to add another short intervention to that issue. It's Ms. Hiba Abu-Libdeh. She is from Palestine, and she's member of the MENA Women Business Club. She's owner and chairwoman of the board of Synergy for Renewable Energy Solution, and this company, Synergy, is recognized to be among the top 3 engineering, procurement, and constructions companies of solar PV systems in Palestine. And their activities spread all over West Bank and Gaza Strip, and I think around there, dear Hiba, all the questions we have been talking about, giving women access to finance, also focusing on sustainable products and solutions, like of course the solar energy are even more broken down to real needs on a daily basis, like autonomy towards energy, etc. And it's really not only a privilege having you, but also makes my face smiling seeing such a young and brilliant woman being in charge of that. You might have learned already, as you have on your own schedule, that we have a little delay here in Vienna. But we're happy to have your small intervention. And first of all, ahlan wa sahlan to Palestine. Thanks for being with us. Okay, we need your sound system. I hope that works. Now we cannot hear you. You can hear me as I can see. Maybe you have still some on your headphones. Sometimes switch. Try again. Now we have you. Now we have you. Perfect.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for this very insightful, honestly, day throughout the whole panels, this one and the one before. And thank you also for the introduction that you had for me. As you said, yes, I am the owner and the executive director of Synergy for Renewable Energy Solutions, and our main goal is trying to find sustainability through the renewables. And with this, we are trying to facilitate the needs and to cover, I'm sorry, but I'm a bit under the weather. We're trying to targeting end customers, but I just want to go back to the panel that was before us. Everything that you guys said was very insightful, and yes, there is a huge gap in terms of financing, and especially coming from the Middle East and having this very gender biased environment that we have around us. But at the same time, in trying to bring in the ESG revolution and trying to have more women be involved in it, and the way I see it, I think we're trying to put a lot of pressure on us as women. There's so much that is expected from us. We're expected to be the mothers, the wives, the daughters, all the, let's say, standard and regular aspects of life. And at the same time, we are trying to get on with our life in terms of being more professional and having this career advancement. And now we're trying to think of more ESG approaches. We are on this this journey, and I think we are up for this challenge. But the problem is that yes, we do accept what is expected from us, but are we getting offered what we need in order to fulfill this acceptance from us? So yes, there is a gap in financing. Yes, there is a need for sustainability, and I think women usually tend to focus more on sustainability as a whole, because women are naturally the caretakers and the caregivers. So in their approaches in life, they are thinking of sustainability. So the more we see women in higher ranking positions, being owners of businesses in every sector possible in the world, in the market, let's say, and everywhere in the world, more is going to be seen and more is going to be worked on and advanced. So if we women continue to support each other, we will make things happen. We don't need to keep relying on other people to help us, but just because we as women understand each other, understand the responsibility that is laid on us, and understand what is expected from us, having more women around you always will help us in advancing and in reaching the full capacity in all sectors possible. So thank you again for having me, and yeah.
Thank you very much, Hiba. Thank you very much for addressing this distinguished audience here and around the world with your perspective and your experiences and what you would love to have added to that podium. And I hope you'll join the 10th Women Leadership Forum online. We just head into a small lunch break, reduced to approximately 40 minutes, but I hope that's okay with you if we meet again at 2:30 to catch up schedule here on location. And whoever is with us online, please now feel free to take a break from the screen, grab yourself some tea, coffee, or some small lunch if you are in our time zone. And we'll meet each other back again at 2:30 our local time here in Vienna. Thanks for being with us, and see you after the break.
Recording stopped.
Sí, espero que no se lo lleven.
¿Vas a almorzar?
Sí, ¿tú ya almorzaste?
No. ¿Vas a dejar las cosas acá? Sí.
No. Voy a dejar eso de ahí, sí. Pero, y lo de abajo. Si se lo roban, ni modos. Ujú. Y esto está prendido, ¿por qué?
So welcome back, everyone, and also welcome back everyone who is joining us online. I'm sorry for the delay. We said we start back at 2:30, but of course, a room full of women and a lunch break for 30 minutes and only 2 restrooms around takes its time, so please forgive the delay. We try to stay in the schedule as good as we can, jumping into afternoon of 10th Women Leadership Forum with our second panel, which focuses on young leaders shaping the future and how to make the way for the next generation. And I think it's obvious also for you, that sustainability in one sense of this 10th Women Leadership Forum also means, thank you very much, also means to be sustainable in our female leadership for the next generation. So we're happy to introduce now some fantastic young female leaders to you. Please welcome here on stage Elke Pichler. She's founder from Impactory. She is here with us. Elke, happy to have you. Please find your seat, and whoever wants to applaud, please do so. There's always an amount of excitement if someone is entering that stage. True. Huh? We're also happy to have Anna Khandouvi. She's from Sports Media Partnerships at Meta. We had her, I think, with our last leadership forum already. It's Anna. Happy to have you. And it's Lea Hepp-Nienemann from Innovation Management Otto Group. Where is you're live remote. I'm sorry, that was my misunderstanding. Please forgive me. And I do have Matthias Pajek here. Is that true on that panel? Because I'm not too sure if this is not for the next one. But Matthias, no? So then I'll skip that one. But we have with us another 3 remote live guests, which is Kesha Mayuga, founder at Life Cycles PH. Thank you very much. And we have with us Doris Clemens, Global Project Lead at Seed Stars. Happy to have you. And it's Siddiqa Masood, Strategic Development Manager, Management International University. Where are you? Waiting. Let's see. Still missing one, if I'm counting correctly. Here we are. Perfect. Happy to have you, and thanks for sharing the screen to see everyone. I would like to change the habit to start with those who are with us on location, because I think this is also something we have integrated during COVID, that we're on a table no matter where this table is, but a double sense in this meaning we're all on the same table if it comes to women and leadership. But maybe we will start with you, Lea, because innovation management at Otto Group, please maybe introduce what you're doing, what your group does, and what is your particular voice as a young female leader on the question how to shape the future, because I think this is the context we're talking in right now. And Lea, I just hand the floor over to you. But please allow us to hear your voice open the mic. Okay, we'll try our best to do here. Can we hear your voice again? Maybe it's now working.
1 second.
Now we have you. Perfect.
Do you hear?
Yeah,
Okay.
we hear you.
Yeah, so happy to talk to you. I'll be happy to talk to you about what my company does and what my team does in particular, and then tell you a bit about my view on leadership, what is important in nowadays sustainable leadership. So I'm working for the Otto Group, which is one of the biggest e-commerce players in Germany and other countries in Europe. And my team in particular is responsible to foster intercompany innovation, which means that we want to create synergies between the companies within the big holding, which is the Otto Group, and foster the different opportunities that are seen either by helping to leverage what is there in one company and could be taken to another company, or to identify blank spots where nobody is really taking the opportunity and join efforts in there. And in like my view on sustainable leadership, what I think is super important to see is that we come from a culture where we used to focus on efficiency and optimizing processes, and not really focusing on creating value for the community, for the people, from the employees. And what I feel is different, is changing now, and is important to take on as a thing to do as a young leader, is to focus more on sustainable leadership. And to me, sustainable leadership is focusing on the optimum, not necessarily the maximum. Which includes also other elements to make not only the shareholders profit from the success of the company, but also the employees and also the society to be more sustainable, which I feel is especially important to younger people, let's say Gen Z, who keep this as it's a basic requirement for their choices, and their choices in consumption, but also their choices in choosing the right place to work for them. And in today's war for talents, we should do everything to get the right talents and to create an environment where they can like profit from and do their best.
Thank you very much, Leah. And I'd like to transform what you said into the word cycle. I think it's not about getting higher, getting deeper, getting into this linear principle of either consumption or careers or whatever. It's about thinking in cycles. And I think, as you mentioned, Generation Z, they to some extent show us already what their needs are, and why not take them over for our generations. But Kesha, if your company is also called Life Cycles, maybe this is a good bridge to be built to your perspective on how young leaders are shaping the future. Would you agree it's about cycles and not about the principle of linearity anymore, more, and as Leah says, to switch to focus on quality besides quantity? Please jump in.
Yes, can you hear me? I hope so. So I am like the founder of Life Cycles Philippines, but I'm also a part of many organizations that push for sustainable transportation, particularly in the Philippines. So that's where I am now, joining you from the Philippines. And what's particularly important, I do agree that it's not linear, is that we have to instill into the younger generation that, what we're doing is not just, just to climb up the ladder, just to do one thing and then end the other thing and the next, but more of like, how do we keep going even after we're done with the first thing? So, for example, in one of my organizations, Move As One Coalition, which pushes for sustainable transportation, we started the movement with a bunch of young leaders, but then we noticed that, it can't just stick with us. Because in the Philippines, there's no way to get into the sustainable transport, let's say, sector without having studied. But then the usual things we study are like engineering, all the technical stuff, and not much of the human stuff. So what we started doing as an organization was we started teaching younger people and having this program telling them, hey, you know what? We deserve better transportation. We deserve something more sustainable than what we're experiencing now. So it's really important that we instill that kind of, thought to younger people that we deserve more and we deserve a better world than what we've been used to. So that's why now it's important to train, or not just train, but to work with these younger people, because we have a lot of ideas, we have the technology, and working with different generations is so important to make it more sustainable, not just in terms of like working together, but also to make a more sustainable world that we're living in. So yeah, I think it's really important, especially for a lot of us leaders who are here, to really work with young people.
Oh, this is very smart, as you mentioned that if you're talking about a more sustainable transporting system on the Philippines, it's to motivate young people to get engaged in that issue and to raise their voice, to encourage them. And I think this is a very smart idea to get involved, besides knowing how to construct and how to build and how to plan. Thanks for that one, Kesha, and happy to have you live from Philippines. And we are now heading to Siddiqa Masood, because we're talking, as we just learned from Kesha, also about strategy. I mean, it's always a question of where to put your energy. Energy is limited in everyone's person's life, and especially in women's life, as we know and learn day by day. So if we're talking about strategic development, what is it what you are learning or teaching at the Management International University? And happy to have you.
Okay. Thank you for having me on this panel. I totally agree with Kesha, and that educating our young leaders and youngster is very, very important. And I think as my organization, we are an online university, and education is a heart of our organization, and our courses are developed and delivered in a way that reforms the thinking of young leaders of the future. So a lot of our courses which are being delivered to the young leaders we have included sustainable topics about not only just the management. So we are focused on all three pillars, like people, planet, and as well as the profit, because that's also important. I think the main thing is we have to start with the roots, and the root is our new generation, which is to educate them and then give them a practical example as well. And I think for the young leaders, it's important that they all have a qualities of a leader, but I think they have to be compassionate. They has to be, and I think one of the panelists said earlier today that we need rebels. So we need rebel young leaders who can actually not just focus on profit, but they should consider about thinking of how they can have a sustainable business operations. For example, sustainable buildings, recycling, and as Kesha said, that sustainable transportation.
Oh, thank you very much for bringing back the rebels to our concept of leadership. And I would say we need rebels with a bunch of money. That could make change quite easy. And as we learned, sustainability is something which is kind of inherited in women on a philosophical setting, maybe, but not only. But if we're talking about rebels, if we're talking about money, if we're talking about cycles, if we're talking about roots, we go to seed, of course. Doris Clemens, Seed Stars, would you like to introduce your project and your idea of how young leaders should shape the future? Happy to have you.
Of course. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Doris and I work with Seed Stars. We're a Swiss company with the mission to impact people's life in emerging markets through technology and entrepreneurship. So we are doing that by providing capacity building support to youth and startups, as well as investing in high impact startups as well. So we do certainly believe in that combination of sustainability and profitability. We really believe it doesn't have to be either or, but we believe that your sustainability and your inclusivity as a company can actually be your USP that will set you apart. And that's also kind of the mindset that we want to transfer in the programs that we operate for youth. We want them to be part of the conversation. We want them to use their ideas and bring them to life while thinking about sustainability, inclusivity, as well as their business model.
And is there some special focus you have with seeding and supporting? What is the way you choose which project or which idea you're focusing on?
So we have a focus on high impact activities. So we work with governments and foundations on thematics such as climate change, women empowerment, financial inclusion. And then we design programs to support whatever is needed on the ground, whether that is working with youth and bringing them more into the sustainability space, or whether that is with working with existing entrepreneurs and creating an innovation ecosystem that nurtures them and allows them to access the opportunities that are there.
Just because I know we have so many followers today, is there something you have to prepare first, a business case, or is it only to a certain amount of support that you're getting involved, either percentage of company or idea or money amount, or is there some call you might now share with us to send projects and ideas to you?
Oh, there's a lot. I can definitely recommend everyone to have a look at our website. We're always updating the opportunities that we have as a company. We run several calls of applications right now. For example, there is a program focused on women entrepreneurs in the Ivory Coast that we're currently launching. So our company also has a global focus. So I would also really advise to everyone to have a look.
Because I just wanted to make sure that we also do our networking part today and not that there isn't any information that gets lost. Thanks, Doris, for the moment. I'm now switching to the panel here in Vienna on location of the Vienna International Center. United Nations Building 10th Women Leadership Forum. If you just jumped in, we're happy to have you. We're talking about young leaders shaping the future. And Elke Pichler, you are here with us, and you are a founder yourself. You're founder of Impactory. Would you like to introduce Impactory to us?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today. So my name is Elke, and Impactory is an online donation platform. You can support over 200 nonprofit organizations on our platform. And I handed over the role as CEO in January, as I experienced that it's a time now for a different type of leaders. So I'm advising and working as a consultant for a boutique consultancy. We focus on dignified leadership and diversity, equity, inclusion. And that's why it's really a pleasure to be here today with all of you. I think what Renate is doing is exactly what we need. We need to connect and not to divide. So I wouldn't say young leaders are doing a better job or young leaders are getting it better, because when you look at the founder of Patagonia, I mean, he's not in his 30s anymore, and he did a big thing for us, for the planet. So for me, to catch up the roots that were mentioned before, my sister, my younger sister, she has 3 boys. They are adorable, and she always tries to give them roots and wings. And I like this picture also for leadership, because I think it's important for all leaders to have their roots in clear values. It sounds like a no-brainer, but for me it was really a game changer to think, okay, what's non-negotiable for me? And those roots will give you certainty in times of struggle, and they will give your team calmness because they know what they will expect. And wings in terms of, for me, there's not one leadership or their leadership, because everyone is different. And when I think of the team at Impactory, one colleague, you have to make small talk for 22 minutes to get into doing, and the other colleague is stressed out when we have to talk for 22 minutes. So I think we have to have wings to adapt to people and also situations. And one last sentence on the ladder you were mentioning before. I think it's not so much a ladder for me, it's more of a mosaic, because we will work for a very, very long time. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So sustainability for me is also to take care for us as leaders, for our teams, and to make sure that we make the marathon together with the planet and the people around us.
Smart. Thank you very much for also putting those 2 pictures in our mind, which is about personal values, which makes it values as a society, which makes it its value as a consumer. And thanks also for bringing the mosaic, because actually it's much easier to repair than a letter. Once you do a mistake, or even if it's not a mistake, it's part of the mosaic, and I like that picture. Thank you very much. Anna, sports media partnerships at Meta. So this is the real stuff we're talking about, a company everyone knows around the world, and of course a company with huge impact. I mean, we don't have to put that light under the chair, but of course it is a company which is also, on the one hand, attracting next generation, and of course attracted by next generation as well. You as a young leader in Meta world, what would you say is the contribution you can give to sustainable and worthful and full of values and full of roots and rebels and whatever we need for the future? What is your contribution, and what is the contribution of your company?
Hi, everyone. First of all, great to be here. So inspiring to be, in a room with such incredible women leading the charge and really having, Elke, you mentioned values, and I can see just from all the introductions today that every woman in this room on this panel has incredible values, and it really is an honor to be here today. As you mentioned, I work at Meta. I lead our sports and media partnerships across Northern Europe, which means I work predominantly across with broadcasters, media companies, digital publishers, streamers, and help them create business opportunity across the Meta family of apps, which would include WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, and Messenger. And the way that we like to see ourselves is we are helping a lot of these traditional media companies from, to name some examples, from, RTL, ProSieben to Sky, DAZN, Disney, Netflix, helping them build more innovative content strategies to connect with potential consumers, to create and diversify business strategies. So we kind of operate as consultants, and my role is very much within the media space. But I think back to your questions around, given that we are, Meta, and we've got global reach and global impact, we work with partners that have global reach and global impact as well. Some of those companies have incredibly deep pockets and access to resources. So in terms of what we can do today, it really is around enabling change makers, do the good work, providing resources, helping them and equipping them with the tools and the access they need in order to help drive sustainable change. But that is on the external side. And of course, partnerships is a massive part of this. But also we need to make sure that internally we are walking the talk that we are preaching. So it's not enough to go out there and say, this is what everyone needs to do in order to drive sustainability and change if we don't have our own house in order. And that is really not only attracting the next generation of talent, is to make sure that we've got the best and the smartest people wanting to work at Meta. And that includes, you know, Keisha, you mentioned around, you know, attracting young talent and how important it is. And that is a huge area of focus for the company. But one thing that I really value within Meta is the flexibility aspect as well, especially if we're talking about diversity and young leaders. I was just speaking with Elke earlier that I myself, I've got a young 14-month-old son, and I wouldn't be able to do the job and the travel that I do today if there isn't flexibility within the organization that you work with. So attracting talent, ensuring there's flexibility, and ensuring you have your own house in order is incredibly important. But specifically around sustainability within the company, there's some of the things that we do on a daily basis, which is, you know, from eliminating plastic to ensuring that all of our events run in a certain type of way, that we use green energy, but also to hold ourselves accountable in working with organizations like some of the ones represented today and giving them the resources they need in order to drive their goals and objectives forward.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for giving us some insights in what we just can guess from the outside how Meta is working if you are working for Meta. But of course, you just brought into discussion the huge word, I mean, the huge meaning of impact. And I think, needless to say, that your company has global impact, and of course, on the other way around, it should have a great impact if more young women are working for a company who has worldwide impact. But if we focus on what is the impact of the generation, either you are I wouldn't call it a war, but you're comparing with other companies to get the smartest of the generation. Is there something all of you, for kind of a closing up round, has as a personal experience or advice? Pick either or. If there is a personal experience you would like to share with young leaders, or maybe mothers and fathers listening today of potential young leaders, an experience or an advice to shape the more sustainable future. I'd like to start with our online guests as well once more, but maybe Sitika, I can start with you, since you have a broad overview, I guess, running an online university.
With the young leaders, because I do work a lot with young children as well, outside my current role. And I think through my personal experience, the young leaders, the attribute, of course, like, you meet certain young children and young adults, and you see a natural leadership qualities in them. But I think one thing they do need is a good listening skills and the humility and flexibility. But most importantly, they need to be themselves. And I think that's something our young leaders can work on. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where my organization, we work, we give them practical opportunity, and we get them involved in projects where they work with the all age group, different generation, and they communicate in a way that where they can actually provide a common platform. So I think it's important that they have good listening skills, mm-hmm. and they are able to communicate in a clear way, which can be communicated with all age group.
Oh, perfect. So it's listening, it's communicating, and it's being authentical, if I sum up correctly. Thanks for those 3 advices. Doris, is there something you would like to share from your experience, or from your advice?
Sure, I can maybe add on to that. I think there were some great things mentioned already. One of the things we focus on in our programs is transferring this kind of sense of having a growth mindset. So kind of this idea of continuously learning, continuously putting yourself out of the comfort zone, questioning the status quo, and just like continuing to learn and to grow throughout your life. So basically your education doesn't stop after school or after your formal education, but your whole life can be seen as a path to education. So that is one of the big things. And then my second suggestion would be to just surround yourself with a community of people that you find inspiring, that also maybe share the same purpose or the same goal as you, and to kind of build yourself a circle of support of people that also want to move in the same direction and maybe challenge each other and grow together.
Fantastic. On our list is listen, communicate, be authentical, and be comfortable with being outside of your comfort zone, love to grow and learn, and surround yourself with inspiring people. Keisha, what is Philippines' opinion and experience and advice to our young leaders?
Yeah, well, first I'd like to address the young leaders that the world that we are building, and I'm counting myself as young still, being less than 30.
Definitely.
Yeah, I really encourage young leaders to, create the kind of future that we want. I mean, the future that our parents and the generations before that built, it might not fit what we need in the future, especially now with climate change, with sustainability in our minds. We can imagine the future that we want, and we actually have the power to make that possible. And for generations older than myself, I would like to encourage everyone to give young people the chance, because we have, the energy, I was just talking to other young leaders and giving them also a lecture about how a street should look like. And the solutions that they gave were so different from if I talked to older engineers. The kinds of technology that they can access is different. And also, it's just great because the younger generation really has this sense of community that Doris was talking about, that, when you put it all together, they're really so solutions oriented. And especially if they have values instilled in them, like what everyone is saying, if they are rooted in these values, they're very solutions oriented and want to do something really fast. This generation is so used to technology, really quick, really fast solutions. So I encourage, again, maybe older generations, even myself, for future generations that are younger than Gen Z, to always to listen and give a chance and take advantage of your wisdom and the energy of the youth. So that's my advice for all
So thank you very much for adding to imagine and create your own futures, and advice to young leaders to use their power, and for the intergenerational communication. You also addressed people older than your generation and even your future you to always stay in contact and give the young people around the chance to get involved and get their opinion and their ideas on the ground. Otto Group is for sure a company that I would call intergenerational, at least in our German-speaking area. So if you would like to add something on the list, which is either a personal experience or an advice for young leaders to shape a more sustainable future, what would that be, Leah?
First of all, I agree with what the other panelists said. There's so many points that I would say too. What I want to add is basically 2 points. First of all is clarity. So be purpose-driven, know your purpose. We know that teams having a strong purpose create better performances, and it's easier to show commitment to what we're doing. And Kesha was saying that before, the world is changing so fast, so many changes in tech, in society, that it's super important to have a clear purpose, not to lose your way, but always to have a target that you're working up to. That helps a lot. And the second thing is, in my opinion and in my experience, to strongly focus on outcome and give a huge flexibility on the way to get there. Because I think that many of us, if not all of us, have made lots of experiences in lockdown, Corona lockdown, that it's super important to be flexible and to be able to get good results. I have 2 very young kids, so it was super challenging for me and my family to find a way to work through lockdowns. And I feel that flexibility and trust given by my managers is something that me help getting through there. And what we see is that, especially Gen Z, is even willing to give up salary for flexibility. So I feel that this is something that is getting more and more important. And we, like the past proved us that it's possible to be more flexible if you focus on the outcome.
Thank you very much for adding clarity, knowing your purpose, focus on the outcome, and seize the opportunities of flexibility to get there. I just strongly withdraw the passage of reducing your earnings. Don't do that out there. Never let go some money that is offered to you, whatever flexibility the company offers to you, even ask for more. But I didn't understood you right. I didn't understand you wrong. Sorry, Leah. I'm sure that wasn't an advice to reduce income to get more flexibility, but just to add it to the universe, that we're not begging for less money, we're begging for more. We're asking and fighting for more. So, Anna, of course, also I would be interested to get either a personal experience or an advice we would like to add on our list, and then we would type that list and send it out to the world leaders, if you're okay with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, happy to add. So many great pieces of advice today. I love the growth mindset thing from Doris. But one of the things, when I first joined Meta 4 years ago, one of my managers told me on the day, what you need to get used to doing your job is that your job will look different in 6 months and it's going to look different in 1 year, which at first I thought was a bit of a strange piece of onboarding guidance, but I quickly realized what he meant, and that now more than ever before, the world is changing. We are connecting virtually. 10 years ago, we would have never had a hybrid event, with attendees dialing in from all over the world, to having meetings virtually, to how we run our businesses, to now, NFTs and virtual pieces of artwork selling for millions and millions, to business models evolving, things like, Netflix coming in, revolutionizing how we watch TV and how we consume content. So the world is going to keep changing. And for us as young leaders, but any leader within any organization, that is one thing that you need to account for. So making sure that you are agile, that you keep an eye on the future, that you stay curious and you try to disrupt your own organization before someone comes in and disrupts you. And we've seen that with a lot of, even Meta, for example, is constantly evolving. Just now we launched a new feature on Instagram called Reels, which is around short form content that's under 1 minute and can go viral. So we are always trying to evolve our products, because if not, someone else is going to come up and do it better than us. So you can never get comfortable. Change is always going to be happening. So, and I think with that, I've got one more thing to add before I'll stop talking. But one theme I heard a lot today is, you know, being authentic, as Keisha mentioned, and I totally agree with that. And not being afraid to be who you are. We need more diverse leaders. We need leaders that are introverted. We need leaders that are extroverted. We need young leaders. We need, you know, older leaders. We need males, females from all backgrounds, because data shows that the more diverse companies are, the more efficiently they drive business results and objectives. This is not just a tick boxing exercise. Diversity is good for business. So be brave and be authentic, be who you are, because even if there's no one else like you in the room, the fact that you are in the room shows that your voice is important. So I'll kind of pause on that. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for adding, the whole issue of diversity and agility and, of course, curiosity and being authentical you. And as an old leader, I'd like to add, don't be afraid. It can be a different you every single day. So that's okay as well. So just stay with your core. Well, how did you call it so nicely, Elke, in your first statement? With your own roots and with your own beliefs, and yeah. So, Elke, what is it you would like to add on our list of good advices for young leaders?
First, thank you for stressing diversity here. I think it's often really a pain point for many of us, and it's so sad because we all are diverse. We have different languages, different families, different people in our lives, so I think it's really time to cherish it. I would like to combine two of the facts we heard already, namely community and focus. So for me as a founder, I was so lucky to have a co-founder. I was so lucky to have a community, because when you have good days, it's much more fun to celebrate together. But if you have bad days, it's even better to have someone next to you. So find your crowd and focus. So it's also fine to let people go. And I think especially we as female leaders sometimes are sticking very long, and it's not helpful for us, neither for them. So I think it's really important to find the right networks you want to participate in. And lastly, something very practical. When talking to young leaders, I often talk about passion. Passion is such a strong word, so I started to use what makes your life livable. So for me, it's really helpful to have 1-2 little things in my daily routines that I'm really looking forward to. And in my case, it's pretty easy. I want to have one warm meal around lunchtime and a good book in my bed. So every day I get up, I know that I have a nice warm meal at lunchtime and my book is awaiting me in bed. So I think this is really helpful for us because times are struggling and we usually forget to care for ourselves, but we have to because, again, it's a marathon and not a sprint.
What a smart life hack. Thank you very much for the warm meal and good book life hack, whatever is that for you. Before closing that podium, I'd like to add our intervention from Zambia, which is brought to us also by our partner UNIDO. It's Sindaba Hansala. I hope you are with us already. Happy to have you. You're a business owner with over 9 years experience despite your youth. Amazing story. And this is in agricultural development, agribusiness development. You're a founder of a social enterprise, which is called Springfield Agro, if I'm informed correctly. And maybe you would like to just share your idea of Springfield Agro and maybe also add some word on our list of things you would like to share or advise young leaders to. Zindaba, happy to have you, and hello to Zambia.
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. So my social enterprise champions a farmers scheme called Molimi. Ours is simply to aggregate for financial services, so input and output support for smallholder farmers. And one of the things that I would like to highlight is my interaction with the UNIDO program. So when we started, we were really focusing on the conventional farmers, the people in the rural areas. And so because those were the main farmers that we were dealing with. And with the UNIDO program that we went through, we were taught social media tools. And so amazing that through that interaction, we got an opportunity to grow a different base of customers for our business. What am I trying to say? I think to everybody out there, especially the young people, do not be afraid to take change. You will come. I know you have an idea of how you want your business to go. You want to serve a certain type of market. But when opportunities like what the UNIDO gave to our organization is, we were now able to see that through this interaction, we have now a new breed of customers for our business. And it's amazing because then we have other customers that are able to pay for our products and services. So to the young women, whoever, the youth and everybody that is listening to this wonderful conversation is, change is inevitable. And in your path to growth as a businesswoman or a businessman, but as a businesswoman, you will meet people that will move you from your comfort zone. Sometimes a bit scary, especially like myself. The time I was going through the UNIDO program, I had a small baby with me, but I went through the program, and through that, I have developed systems. I am able to sell my products and services through social media, through WhatsApp, which has made it very easy. So change is there to help you to grow your business, if not to take you to a spot where you will find some comfort and generate extra revenue for your business, and just maybe even make that $1 million for your business. So yeah, that is my thought. Do not be scared to take up change. It will help you grow.
What a fantastic words of closure for this panel, to not embrace comfort, but embrace change as a new concept of what is it about to be a good business or future female leader, whatever is in your mind, but embrace change. Oh, thank you so much, Sindaba. Thank you very much for the others who were joining in that panel too, on young leaders shaping the future and how we're making the way for the next generation. Please give them a warm applause. Thanks for being with us. So we're now actually ready to jump in our last round table of today. Today, if you're just joining for this last round table, I'd like to welcome you on the 10th Women Leadership Forum here, live from Vienna, Austria, where Women Leadership Forum was founded 10 years ago by Renate Altenhofer and her team, and we're now in our is it fourth or fifth year even, cooperation with the UNIDO, and conference is taking place here at the Vienna International Center building of the United Nations in our boardroom C, which is the most important boardroom in that building. So at least that says something too about the importance of women leadership. Future makers on the rise, and we are now just find our way to how we help future makers to, well, like bring their ideas on a, let's say, bigger scale or maybe on a broader scale. Please welcome here live on stage Rebecca Vogels. She's founder and CEO of the Big Picture Group. Rebecca, where are you? Entering stage already. Please give her an applause. And Benjamin Palich, he should be on location as well. This is you, Benjamin. Perfect. Happy to have you. International Business Development Director, Africa Green Tech AG. Happy to have you. Please take a seat. And remote live with us, it must be Julia Stark, President of the European Women's Association. Julia, are you with us? I hope so. Thanks very much for changing glasses and giving us support on stage. Julia, we're just waiting for you. Maybe we're a little, no, we're on time. First time at that conference, last panel, we're on time.
That's great.
It's kind of my special gift to every conference.
Yeah.
To jump back into the time schedule. Happy to have you, Julia. How are you? Everything's fine with you?
Happy to be here, and thank you for being on time.
Yeah, and I know, of course, around 3:30 in the afternoon European time, it's kind of, things are starting to turn. Where are the kids? Is there something at home for dinner, etc., etc. Future makers on the rise. I would like to start with you, Rebecca, because CEO of Big Picture Group, that sounds like you have risen already. I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about rise in your case. Please just press the button so that we can follow you. Okay. Just me.
I see.
Press it once. That's okay.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I'm really delighted to be here. My name is Rebecca. I'm the founder of the Big Picture Group. It's an agency for story development, story creating. And when I was 23 years old, I decided to move to New York City. I didn't know anyone there, but New York did hold a very, very strong promise for me at the time. And when I arrived at the JFK airport, I took one of these super shuttles. I don't know if you're familiar with them, that carry like a dozen tourists from the airport to the hotel. And the cab driver asked me, "So what's your story?" And I had no idea how to answer this question. I was 23 years old. I had just, graduated college, finished my violin bachelor's degree, actually. And I had separated from my boyfriend at the time. And I was like, is that my story? I have no idea. But in the weeks that followed, in the months that followed, I encountered people who knew how to tell their stories. Like no matter, like when I was like was standing in line at the bakery or in a cab, and I found that storytelling or the ability to tell your story is what connects you to other people and what made New York City a home to me. And so I was actually only planning to stay there for 3 months, and it turned out to be many, many years. That also then led me to the West Coast and to many years living in the U.S. And in all that time, in my various, from student and then working at a big tech company in Silicon Valley, I always encountered how important the story is that we tell, because the stories are what connects us. Stories can inspire, they can drive action, and I found that fascinating to use storytelling for change. And so I took the idea and thought, that's really interesting and not done so much in Europe. So why not use storytelling as a tool for organizations, companies, leaders here? And I founded my agency a couple of years ago.
Can you give us an example, a story you can share with us with one of your clients to just mark the importance of getting people involved, for instance, or getting changes really done, like we need, of course, in the case of female leadership, if we just wait for things to be changed.
Absolutely. And that's also where our topic of today really comes in. I work with a lot of companies and organizations for whom sustainability, of course, is the most important issue. And what I'm always telling them is like I'm not someone who comes in and creates a nice story where nothing substantial really is. So the first thing I say, it's like not only about storytelling, but also about story living. And I work with this global organization that focus on water management, so bringing like water systems to countries around the world to really, really stress the importance of water, like internally and then externally. And I think in the pandemic, we have all discovered how important water is as the, source for life, really, and the source for being able to, wash your hands 1 million times a day, what it feels like. Having these stories, and I can, if there's time later on, I'm happy to share, some of my insights, how actually to create these stories that you can remember and create for your organization or your company. Because I strongly believe a good story can change the world and can inspire action and drive change.
Perfect. We come back to that little masterclass on storytelling, so get your pens out. Benjamin, if you're talking about especially a sustainable sustainability according to things like water, energy, air, pollution, whatever it means. I mean, we're also talking about, of course, developing those kind of solutions for our nowadays problems and issues. And we want to make it and keep those solutions as green and sustainable as possible. So would you like to just give us a small insight about what your work is on a daily basis and what you would like to share, especially in the context of rising of the future makers, thinking them as female future makers?
Yes, thanks for the question and thanks for having me. And before I answer to your question, I also want to express gratitude for being here today. It's a pleasure to also contribute as a man to this ongoing conversation about women empowerment, gender equality. We heard it today. It's so important that men are part of that discussion. We at Africa Green Tech, what we do is we empower rural communities in Africa with green technologies. We provide villages with access to clean energy, with access to drinking water, irrigation systems, and cooling. To date, we have more than 25,000 customers in Africa, and we are operating in Mali, Senegal, Niger, and Madagascar. We are also entering into new markets. Now, a typical project location. You would find out that most of the work in such villages is done by women. Fetching water, doing the housework, taking care of the kids, doing the cooking, doing agriculture, farming, food processing, even going to the market and to sell the products. So all that is on the shoulders of women. And with our services, we improve the living conditions of such villages, which means that we improve drastically the living conditions of women and girls who are in charge of all those tasks. So here is our impact on women empowerment. And
by offering facility solutions, or what is it in concrete?
What we offer is solar-powered electricity. Like we operate solar power plants in those villages. We connect around about 400 households so that they have access to a clean, reliable, and affordable energy. And what is important in this business, because in the end it's a business, we want to create impact, but at the same time we need to ensure that we are profitable with what we are doing, and we have investors who are also asking their money back. And what is so important in this process is that we have a participatory decision-making process. So before we would enter in such a village, we would talk to women's cooperatives, we would sit and discuss with female leaders in those villages, because in the end it's them who benefit from the services, and we can only be successful in what we do if we listen to women and girls in those communities.
So listen to their needs, do your math in case of what is really possible and also what is really supportive. Is there something you can also share with us that you watched growing or even starting to exist after you got involved with supporting rural communities with solar energy?
I mean, we in Vienna or Frankfurt, where I'm based, of course, we are used to having access to all those basic services, electricity, water, and so on. And imagine those villages that we are working in, they are called off-grid. That means there is no electricity at all, there is no basic infrastructure, and it has a huge impact on the lives of families, but also on SMEs. We have really great examples of women, for instance, that use our cooling solutions so that after farming they can store their produce and then market it themselves. They are no longer dependent on a retailer. There are stories of kiosk owners that are now able to run a fridge, which allows them to have more products that they can sell. So yes, we experience such a positive impact.
So I can already hear the idea of offering 30% of the energy to women first. Is that correct?
Sorry?
I was just creating a new idea of your company, that whatever energy you're developing by solar panels, a third is only for women projects.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
why not? Think about
we
that.
We also have a foundation that engages in women empowerment programs. So it's actually something that is very important to us, and it's also in our DNA to do women empowerment. Our co-founder is a woman, and actually most of our managing directors in Africa are female leaders.
I'm not, I don't doubt that. I think there is a smart, growing together from what you're offering and what their needs are. But again, and Julia, I mean, you're president of the European Women's Association, which is, of course, a field of its own. But again, it's about the access in either his case or even your case. It's the question of how to reach women to stand up for their cases, to get even in touch with an organization like the Africa Green Tech, to make sure that the community where I'm living in is not off-grid anymore, but and then again to take care that whatever energy is there is also available for me. These are the same processes, I guess, even within our privileged European world, to get access, to get women also motivated to ask for their needs and to fight for their rights and to be the rebels we need. But from your perspective, which is, of course, has a broad view of all European countries, is there something you would like to share with us about how to make future makers rising, either with their ideas or with their skills? And we're looking forward to this small masterclass on storytelling, because I think that's really something important for every woman, either if you're asking for more money or if it is designing your own life according to partnership and family founding and etc. It's about storytelling and bringing that story to the ground. So what can you add from the perspective of the European Women's Association, which you're the president of? And thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Sonia, for the invitation. And I'm joining you from a rainy, normally Belgium, and the sun is shining. And
I thought that's a picture. I couldn't imagine sun shining in Belgium.
Yes, it happens sometimes. It does happen. It's a great sign. But listening actually to my fellow speakers, storytelling, I was thinking that the biggest projects that were born at the European Women Association were born from stories, from deeper meanings. And the biggest project that I'm happy to share already, but we will be officially announcing it in November during the G20, is I remember watching the news where I saw the negotiation table, the peace negotiation table between Russia and Ukraine. And I was very sad because I've seen it's a very classical picture, very male-dominated. But it was sad because I'm half Ukrainian and half Russian, but I grew up in Belgium. And so it's a mix of emotions where knowing that my brother is still fighting in Ukraine and my other brother is in Russia. So it was sad to see that it was not moving. And I was wondering, what if there were more women on that table speaking about the peace? And then traveling a few weeks later after this news piece to UAE. And I remember speaking to one of the first ladies of an Asian country, and I was sharing my frustration, like, how sad is that? We are the 50% of the world's population, and we are not at that table in a very crucial moment of many lives, Europeans. Now we are very much touched as well. And she said, well, but why don't you tell our story? And so this is how a big project of First Ladies of the World was born, where we are bringing the First Ladies projects together, their philanthropy projects, and bring that under one umbrella and sharing that with the media and doing the fundraising at the second stage. And so we realized that it's not about us here in Brussels or in Belgium trying to figure something out. It's more about uniting. And since COVID, that became even more crucial. Since COVID, we realized, well, what the heck, maybe I should collaborate with somebody from another country, another organization. And I think the future is more about building ecosystems around these talents that you just mentioned, around the future-driven projects that will make this world a better place. And we cannot do it ourselves. So in short, what is European Women Association? We bring key stakeholders together, like government. We work with the ministries, we work with the European Commission, but we also work with corporates. They've got amazing programs for women leaders. We work with investors. So what do we need? I think, Sonia, you maybe mentioned before, they need money. Women need money to get their projects out there. And so we will be that bridge, bringing them to the right investors. And then ecosystem, community, you mentioned that as well. We, women or men, by the way, we love men. I mean, it's more about the mission and the vision, and it's not about dividing us. So building more ecosystems on every level. I think post-COVID, that's the future. It's not us in a silo, it's us coming together and making a bigger impact. So that's our vision.
Julia, thank you very much, and also thank you for sharing your personal story with the ongoing war in the Ukraine, which, of course, is touching every single minute we're thinking about, and personal experience you have as being half Russian and half Ukrainian. I can only imagine. But empowering and creating ecosystems, I think that's really important, and I think this is also in the DNA of Women Leadership Forum from the very beginning, and the way we're heading now to being really a global player on the issues of leadership and the questions in this year, especially addressing or focusing on sustainability. I think this is a story itself too, but I think before, I'd like to close with your little lecture on storytelling, and I'd, on the other hand, like to add now our intervention, which is Mariam Dieng from Senegal. Are you with us already, Mariam? Seems so.
Oui, bonjour, je suis bien là.
Ah, perfect. So good to have you.
Fantastique. C'est très bien de vous avoir avec nous, Mariam.
Okay, merci. I think.
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, is Mariam talking French to us?
Mariam, vous allez parler en français?
Yes.
Perfect. So we can. No worry. But we have a translating system.
Nous avons un système de traduction, donc allez-y.
So, donc allez-y.
Merci beaucoup déjà pour l'invitation. Et comme le thème de cette année, c'est la femme pour la durabilité. Moi, je dirais que nous, femmes, nous sommes synonymes de la durabilité. D'ailleurs, la preuve, nous, ce qu'on fait avec les femmes que nous accompagnons, parce que nous accompagnons 80% des femmes qui sont des chefs d'entreprise. Et quand tu échanges avec elles dans leur vision, elles sont dans la projection de la pérennisation des initiatives entreprises.
Project new initiatives in our context. We talk about young people, they are working for process innovation. Therefore, what do? Well, we create this network of young leaders through social inclusion, through the creation of new social and economic context. We are in after-war region. In our region, there are around 20 wars, so it's quite a very sensitive area. And women, they have 80% of the activities. Thus, we as young leaders, what do? We want to get ready for future generations. We prepare the future generations through different coaching sessions and counseling for telling them that these women are the best. So we want to be the best version of us, and we improve what is the best. And we convey the message to these women, these young women. And also we want to strengthen soft skills, because myself, as a professional, young professional, I was a manager in one of the ministries. Therefore, the question that we listen time after time was, how did you reach this level and this job? This is the question that usually young women ask me, because we don't have the habit to see young manager women leaders. So we need to strengthen these soft skills, and we want to offer more self-esteem to them. And also we need to show that they must be determined, and mainly we must be positive, because many people would like, right, to, once you are young, you are a woman, there are some roles that you must guarantee. So we must be persistent, but the most important it is to want to improve, because as a young women, surrounded by more responsible women, and to count with new opportunities, and also to reach higher levels of responsibility, and also our skills and the training will offer us these possibilities. Thank you very much to this amazing community. It is always a pleasure to be with you, to be together with you, to be there on site. So make the best better. This is what we have to do, the best better. This is what we do. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Mariem. Thank you very much for addressing this last panel of the 10th Women Leadership Forum. But please stay with us, and also with the translation, I hope is offered for you as well, because we're just adding 3 minutes masterclass on storytelling. Oh. I can't let you go, Rebecca. This is what you do on a daily basis. Is there some advice you have for all these business runners or owners or founders, or just future female leaders or senior female leaders, which might help them to tell their story, to make the story having an impact?
Okay, I will try to do this in under 3 minutes. Please stop me if I don't, but I really will try. Okay, so the thing why stories are really so powerful is that whereas facts relate to our brains, stories actually connect our brains and our hearts. And that's what makes them so powerful. That's why we remember stories. So my first advice for you, if you want to tell your story, is make it personal. So when you're talking about a project or a cause, answer the question, why is this important to me? Why does it touch me? Maybe you have something you encountered that really does make it personal. Climate change for me is very personal as of last year, and the flooding in Germany near Ahrweiler, where my family grew up. So this really hit very, very close to home. So try to make it personal. That is the most important and also the most difficult advice, I would say. When I was working in Silicon Valley, I learned the motto "story first, product second," and that is still a basis for the work I'm doing on a daily basis. And the idea is you really have to think about the story you want to tell. The story of, it doesn't need to be a physical product, but the story of your project. Like, how do you want to inspire people to take action? What is like a personal story you can tell? And if you can, make it about a single person. If it's not about yourself, tell the story of a single person, because we really do relate to an individual story much more than to, a group of people. It's very, very hard to relate to 8 billion people, but to one child and following their journey, you can relate to so much. So my first advice, make it personal. Then the second advice, tell a story of us. That's what Obama always did. He would first, tell an anecdote from his life. His very, very famous convention speech in 2004, he would tell, he was the son of a mother in Kansas, a father in Kenya, and they had one shared dream that was their son, no matter class, race, or upbringing, could really be successful with hard work. So he told not only his story, a story of self, but a story of us, the story of the American dream of all Americans. This is based on the model, it's called Public Narrative Framework by Marshall Ganz. It's not something I created. It's a very, very popular model for public narrative and for inspiring change. And the story of us, what does it mean for you? It basically means to tell a story, make it personal, but then connect it to the bigger picture. So what is it you want to connect it to? Think of it like a photo. A really good photo is something that you might not be in the whole photo, but maybe you're standing on the side and you can still see the landscape. I feel that's a helpful way to visualize, to connect your personal story to the stories of others you're helping and you want to inspire. And the third is stories. We all live in an age of storytelling. Netflix and Amazon, they have so many stories and then spin-off of these stories, because apparently we as humans really cannot get enough of the story and want to hear, how it continues over time. And so the third thing is think about the transformation. Transformation is a really, really powerful thing in storytelling. And, the classic storytelling model, of course, is the hero's journey. While I think the hero's journey really works great, I think it's also kind of outdated, to be honest, because it always ends with the hero at the end, and that's not always how life works. I feel life and your stories should always show a transformation. How have you changed in the process? How has your thinking changed? But you don't, I feel in 2022, we really don't have the obligation anymore to be the hero in the end. We can also just be a human connecting with other humans.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that brilliant insight. And thanks for sharing your, over the years, collected knowledge on storytelling. Make it personal. Start with a story of yourself or a single person. Tell a story of us. I think this is perfectly aligning with what Renate Altenhofer started 10 years ago with the Leadership Forum. And then also think about the transformation. And if I may, I think beyond making it a hero story. So thank you very much to my dear panelists. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you very much, Benjamin. Thank you very much, Julia, and thank you very much, merci beaucoup, Mariem, for having sharing your time with us at the 10th Women Leadership Forum. It's now time to close the 10th Women Leadership Forum here at the United Nations building. And every conference I have the honor to moderate, there are one or two names I have to ask in front and before I start moderating how to pronounce the name correctly. And this time it was the name of the person we are all waiting for now to close this 10th Women Leadership Forum. She's a program manager of Gender Equality, Social and Civil Affairs Division at the Union for the Mediterranean, and it's a big pleasure to welcome you, Anna Dorangricchia. I am happy to have you, and I would like to ask you on stage for the closing words. Yeah, I think we go to the podium. The pronunciation was perfect. Thank you very much. And thanks for having me for this 10th anniversary. And since Anna is finding her way up on stage, stay rebellious, stay leading, and stay growing. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the pronunciation. Thank you to all the resilient men and women that are still here at 4 o'clock. So I will not take advantage of it. I will be short, straight to the point, meaning that, first of all, I will follow the suggestion that Rebecca just did. So I will start for a personal story. As UFM, as Union for Mediterranean, we are an intergovernmental organization, and we support policies, networks, and projects. And last year, we funded, in cooperation with GIZ, a project about women in cooperative in some rural areas in Morocco and Tunisia. And we organized a final conference last July. We invited some of the beneficiaries. And one of these beneficiaries was a woman working in a cooperative that wanted to build her own cooperative in the agro-food sector. And when I asked her, can you tell me what this kind of project brought to you, which added value, if you could tell us what about this? And everybody was expecting about, I improved my skills, I got some finance, I built a cooperative or something like that. And instead, this very, very small and beautiful lady, she replied, the most important thing for me was that for the first time in my life, my value was recognized. I was someone that doing the same job since when I was 15, and now, for the first time, this project recognized my value as women, as a working woman, and a mother that can take care of her children. And this, for me, was the really most, concrete impact, because we are talking about sustainability today. And when we talk about sustainability, we talk about impact. What will be the change that our project or our policies or our enterprises will bring to the final beneficiaries, which for us are women. So going back to the title of today's event, Sustainability for the Future. This morning and this afternoon, we have been listening so many really precious and valuable insight from all of the speakers that were here today. I wanted to mention just a few of them, because some of them were repeated from all of the speakers. First of all, gender equality. Everybody recognizes that we are far away from reaching the Sustainable Development Goal number 5. Clear, everybody is aware of it. But what can be done to reduce this gender gap? And today we listen some solutions. What we should, in my opinion, understand more and work more on is not only about the good practice and the solution, which are the precondition that this solution can be applied in other contexts. Because to learn from the good practice, we need to understand what made possible for these solutions and this good practice to have an impact, to be sustainable. Second thing, today there was a focus also on how to allow women to get access to education, and more particularly on STEM and technology. And one of the messages I think that we should bring with us is we need to educate to STEM. And I would add, we need to educate to STEM entrepreneurship, because it's something, as someone mentioned before, when you see that, I'm talking about here more for the MENA region, that we have a percentage of women graduating in STEM between 34 and 57%, and then you have a presence of women in the labor market of 20%. There is a problem. There is a big gap. There is a mismatching. So the idea is that from education, we should also be capable to, I don't remember who mentioned it, we need to open the gates for women to have access to the STEM and technology labor market. Other message that I think we should bring with us is the fact that we need a community, we need a network, we need a supporting community and supporting network. And in this network, both private, public, and civil society organizations should be involved. When we talk about access to finance for women entrepreneurs, we are talking about, from one side, as Neila was saying, training women to use the language of investors and financial institutions. But from the other side, we should also train and invest in capacity building for financial institutions to understand which are the needs of women applying for funds, talking about banks or investors. And all this means that we need that to go from the, let's say, the policy level to the practice level, meaning that now everybody, and if you look around, you can see a lot of new legal framework, new European Commission directive, new policies, new strategy, especially during and after the COVID-19. Everybody, all the countries agree that the women economic empowerment is key for a sustainable future. But then, when you try to look for what are the laws and the policies, and you look about the impact, meaning the result, the implementation of these policies, the picture is a little bit more, let's say, dark. And this is where this approach of networking and supporting community is fundamental. In one of the last panels, someone talking about building an ecosystem. And this is exactly what we should work on. When I was referring creating the precondition, meaning that we will need an ecosystem allowing for this precondition to be there, to allow access to finance, access to technology, education, access to women in leadership positions. And just to give a concrete example, if in 2 months, there will be the COP27 in Egypt. And if you start looking at the program and the list of activities, unfortunately, you will see that once again, the role of youth and women and the role of civil society in the framework of this event will be, unfortunately, quite limited. And from the other side, you will listen, everybody, talking about how important it is to involve youth and women on the fight against the climate change. Again, if you want to work with youth and women, you have to have them and on board and to work with them. But this is still a challenge. I'm not talking about only the MENA-Mediterranean region, it's where I basically work, but in general. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is the need to advocate. All of you did today, each of you in your own sector. But in my opinion, this advocacy, when at the beginning in the opening remarks, everybody told about the fact that if we see her, we can be her. Yes, it's true, but it's not something that you can do individually. And you need to speak up, you need to make advocacy, and for this, and this advocacy should reach who is in the leadership position, meaning the policymakers. And the Union for the Mediterranean is trying to do this, is trying to offer a platform where all the voice of the different actors can be listened by the policymakers. And in 1 month, we will adopt a new ministerial declaration on the role of women in society in Madrid, where 42 countries, the European Union and non-European Union, will agree on the fact that among the priorities in terms of gender equalities, women leadership, role of women as agent of change in the climate change, women access to education and to STEM, women access to finance are their priorities. And after this, we will try to put in place an action plan to be sure that those governments who committed to this kind of actions can implement through measures, strategy, and financial resources. But again, someone mentioned it, step by step, little step, but I think what has been shown and discussed today has been a little step more towards this objective. And from our side, as Union for Mediterranean, we are working in network with different organizations, and I would like to thank UNIDO for inviting me today. And we are working more specifically on promoting the women economic empowerment in the industrial system around the Mediterranean, and hopefully we will keep working on it in the next year by supporting women entrepreneurs. And I was happy to see that one of the speakers today, Hiba, and I mean 2 of them, and also Tamara, are part of this initiative that we launched with UNIDO. This is called MENA Women Business Club. This is exactly about networking and offering the possibility to women to get in touch with the potential investors. So again, small steps and slowly, but the overall objective is to reduce the gender gap, maybe in less than 100 years. That is what is unfortunately foreseen by the gender gap report. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Recording stopped.